All right, Shalom Israel.
Shalom.
Welcome back. Shabbat Shalom. We want to give a shout out to all our brothers and sisters out there online and also in class. The water for coming in class on the Shabbat, and also the water for those that are actually paying attention online and following us online. Shalom to you. For those that are different time zones that might see this later on overseas, shalom to you as well. We want to give a shout out to isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Virginia, isbhpk New York, Rochester, New York, Guatemala, Kawakami, Guatemala, shalom. Atazah from London, shalom. All the schools in California, Albuquerque, New Mexico, shalom to you as well. And we want to get back and kind of go back, and we're gonna go into the exploits of King Uzziah today, but we want to kind of backtrack just to refresh ourselves with what happened last week. We only for the Shabbat, a week has passed, and if you're not abreast, sometimes you can forget where we are in the topic, especially when you got the names that are so similar, both on the northern kingdom of Israel and also on the southern tribe of Judah. You got names that are synonymous with one another, so it can get very confusing. So as we read through, it's going to get a little bit better now that some of the names are distinct. So they're not going to be as so conflicting, trying to figure out who's who and on what side and what's happening. So it's going to get a little bit better. But just a quick recap, we had, but before we do that, we got to say our prayers. We're going to read back into Amaziah, and then we're going to get to Uzziah. All right, but before that, we're going to go ahead and send our prayers up. But the water for everybody watching, Mike, Yashala, all the children that watch as well, sisters that watch, brothers that watch. We're trying to resurrect and edify a body in Christ. So we want to, get as much information as we can and extract as much as possible for the morality of us today. We know that Romans 15:4 says the things aforetime was written for our learning. So we want to learn as much as possible for the purpose of application. We want to apply everything that we read, everything that we learn. We want to apply it to our modern day lifestyle, and also, look at the mistakes that our foreparents made and our forefathers made, and not duplicate those mistakes, as we're going to see today with King Uzziah. All right, but first and foremost, let's go ahead and get our prayers up. Dawiyat Majum for us. All right. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Nathalanawa. A war. Zayah 1. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks. So be it.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Nathalanawa. Rayach.
Nayachacha.
The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us a sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
All right. All right. Amajum, upon Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Atalanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
All right. Psalms 121. Nasha. Ayanyamya. Ahoria. Maya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratazah. La'ah. Yonatan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamariyah. Hana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yashan. Shashuamar. Yasha'ala. Yahweh. Shemariah. Yahweh. Tazalia. Ayel. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemat. Yala'ah. Hakayah. Bayawa. Bayala, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamoya, Mako, Rai, Yashamor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashamor, Hawalakia, Wabu'at, Ma'aita, Wa'ai, Awalam.
Aman. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
All right, let's go to Israelite Credo. Shema Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Alahaya Nawa, Yahweh, Akkad, Shema Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Alahaya Nawa, Yahweh, Akkad, Shema Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Alahaya Nawa, Yahweh, Akkad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
All right, Lord's Prayer. Yahweh Shemel Shai, Abanoah, Shabashamayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwithka, Taba'ah, Batazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Baratazah, Kawa, Hayah, Bashamayim, Nathananoah, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalakno, Kabawathno, Kasalakno, Kabawathno, Sabianoa, Manasai one, Abo, Hawashino, Ayan, Rai, Kaya, Raka, Amalakwa, Watapara,
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive our debts, we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
All right, 10 Commandments. All right, number 1. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Akoria, Al, Panya.
Thou shalt know the powers before me.
All right, number 2. La'a, Tha'aina, Laka, Paso, Wala'a, Da'ai Badam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
All right. Number 3. La'a, Thalakokwa, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
All right. Number 4. Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabat, Akwedashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
All right. Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
All right. Number 6. La'a, Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
All right. Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Tha'aina, Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
All right. Number 10. La'a, Takamad, Ko, Ashura, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
All right. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
candle.
Yeah. Here we go.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram horn to call the people.
All right. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Shaman, Zayah, Ramashah, Yasha'Allah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
All right. Yeshavium.
Take seats.
All right. All right, so we're gonna try to. I know last week we had got diverted. We took a large section of last week's class to kind of answer questions that was coming from different angles and different belief points from some of the students that we had in last week. So a lot of what we had may have got set aside. So we kind of want to just backtrack just quickly. Not make the whole thing about going back to the whole class, but just as a refresher, let's go back to Uzziah and pick up just a little bit about what was happening with Uzziah and what leads us up to Uzziah. Yes, sir.
I don't know if this was right. I know you had a class called 3 States of Being. You're doing 3 States of Uzziah?
No.
Okay.
Do you see that on? You don't see that on the computer, do you?
I see that on the YouTube, not the actual screen, but on the YouTube. Where it's posted, it's 3 States of Uzziah, but the actual name is The Exploits of King Uzziah.
Let me see that real quick. Let me see that.
We had 3 states. If you actually look at what you did.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. No, we got to fix that. No.
I'll call it world.
Yeah.
It's not 3 states.
No, we got on our side. It says The Exploits of King Uzziah.
The exploits.
Yeah, the topic of the class. I don't know why it's not showing up. Is the exploits of King Uzziah.
You see that on the actual video right under you guys, but
okay.
On the where you would click on the video, it's 3 States of Uzziah.
Yeah, for some reason it mixed with 3 States of Being is what I'm looking at. What it looks like it did.
Don't worry, we can fix that. So just if you're watching the class,
Hello?
we'll fix that on the after the fact. But as long as you see the exploits of King Uzziah, you know that's the topic of the class. All right.
Hey, got this YouTube thing going. If you could just change that title, the subtitle on the actual YouTube. We got it right on the title, but the subtitle says the 3 States of Uzziah. The exploits of King Uzziah.
It's the exploits. The topic is the exploits of King Uzziah.
Yeah. No problem. You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Support.
Call tech support. The
Hebrews too.
Yeah. They don't have Ishmaelite voices. Yeah.
I'm done with them, bro. They never stop, bro. Blowing phones up by it. Trying to get information.
All right, so let's go back real quick to 2 Kings, just as a refresher, to 2 Kings chapter 14, really quickly, just to kind of get us caught up or to abreast upon before we go into Uzziah and the significance of him. We kind of want to bring out some of the highlights of Uzziah. We know Uzziah was classified as good in the beginning, and that's what I kind of want to get to. He started off on the right foot, and then he quickly went down after his pride got the best of him. So let's get 2 Kings, and let's start at verse 1 real quick, chapter 14, verse 1, and then we'll jump to 2 Kings chapter 15.
Yeah, I see someone answer.
Oh yeah, let me shoot the brother in real quick.
Right.
Also, no, yeah, we don't have the
I erased that last night, bro. Slack it.
Okay. All right. No, don't worry about it, bro. Let me see.
I was trying to take it off, so.
That's all right.
Maybe New Scene will think New Scene do it.
Now, New Scene may give us All right.
Repeat the scripture. We gotta repeat the scripture.
Yeah, we gotta repeat the scripture. So show scenes in window. Let me see if this. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if this will work real quick. Let me see if this will work real fast. If this works, then. No. Okay, so all right. I guess it kind of showed up here, but not on the what you call it. All right, so let's read that real quick. 2 Kings chapter 14 verse 1, just to get caught back up. Let me salute a brother in. Let's go with my wallet first.
Mawala, Shah Shabbatah, Bani Hawda, Bani Ashala.
Mawala, Shah Shabbatah, Bani Hawda, Bani Ashala. Amaju, Barak, Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah,
Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah,
Yajbatah, Yishabi. All right, so we're going to kind of just touch base a little bit about last week. Let's go ahead and start there. We're not going to read the whole thing. We're just going to bring out the highlights of what happened leading up to Uzziah. So let's go ahead and get started right there with 14 and 1, my one.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 14 and verse 1 reads, in the 2nd year of Joash, son of Jehoash, king of Israel, reigned Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah. He was 20 and 5 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 20 and 9 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Jehoadah of Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord.
Now here's why in history Amaziah is said to begin on the right foot early, but then as age kicked in, he lost his discipline and he lost his fortitude and his desire to serve the Most High with the pure state of mind and the piety. He lost his piety, which means his reverence toward the Most High.
And can I say this too?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times the issue will be, especially when men come into the truth, they have that initial spiritual zeal.
Mm-hmm.
Men have initial spiritual zeal for maybe 1 or 2 years. It depends on the condition. And then over time, through bad spiritual hygiene and through the touching of old spirits, you know, if I touch old things, I become a transgressor. If I build again the things I destroy, I make myself a transgressor. Right? We end up rebuilding that same old person that was previous to the knowledge. The knowledge excites, it enlightens, there becomes a change of internal culture, there becomes a reassociation with new people, there becomes a joy and a happiness and a thirst for learning, and then there's a ceiling. There's never a ceiling for learning, but there's a I'm good enough phase that we hit. And I've learned enough, I've done enough, I've got enough, I've received enough, I know enough, I kind of get this thing. Now it's just routine. And then men go from that routine phase and slowly start to reinitiate with the previous old thrills.
Yeah.
So this is nothing new. That's what I'm trying to say. There's nothing. This spirit of people starting right on the right foot and then ending up on the left foot, that's nothing new. It happens to a lot of men.
Right. And the scripture says the end of a thing is better than what? It's better than the beginning. You know what I'm saying? It's not how you start, it's how you what?
Finish.
It's how you finish. Because even when you look at the parable of Yahushua saying, he said, what think ye? A certain man had 2 sons. And he told the first son, go work my vineyard. And he says, I will not. But afterwards he repented and then went and worked the vineyard. And then he went to his second son and he said, son, go work my vineyard. And he says, I will. But he did not. He said he would, but he didn't.
Oh.
And then so Christ asked the Pharisees, he said, which one of the 2 sons went down justified? And they said, the first. He said, you have rightly said. Because, yes, it's not, you may start off like we all do. We coming out of the world, man. So out of the world, we come in this knowledge polluted. We come in contaminated. So as we come into this knowledge, we're not always, we're defiled in many ways. So the idea is to increasingly get better over time, not to fall away. That's what you don't want to do. You don't want to say, yes, I'm going to do this work, and then slowly start to depreciate and decline. Because that's the Most High is not looking at that person as being justified, like Christ said. The justified person is the one that may had a rough start, that may had some hiccups in his development, but over time he started making those changes and making those adjustments. And that's what each and every one of us want to do, is make those adjustments and make those changes. And so we're looking at Uzziah. He started off right, but then there was a decline. 25 years old, he's young, he's adamant, he's about serving the Most High, but he had one issue. He had a couple of issues. So let's read that one more time, my walk.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 14 and verse 3 reads, and he did that which was right in the sight of the eyes, Salakia, and he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, yet not like David his father.
So if David was the gold standard, David would be, meaning the Most High said, David is a man after my what?
Heart.
After mine own heart. Right, so David was 100% solid and convicted about serving the Most High. So when every other king that came after David was in comparison to that gold standard of David. So that standard, so everybody was measured next to David. So when you look at David, he's the precipice. He's the pinnacle of servitude and allegiance to the Most High. He said, but Uzziah, he had a flaw. And that flaw showed itself and revealed itself later on. Just like each and every one of us, we're supposed to be removing those spots and those wrinkles out of our spirit. Because those spots and wrinkles, although they may be minute, they do grow. Because the scripture said a little leaven does what? It leavens the whole lump. So if you don't start being able to identify those spots and those wrinkles that exist within yourself, they may be to your demise at a later date. They may be to your ruin if you're not careful. So every one of us has to identify, what is it about me that may be a blemish or a spot or a wrinkle that needs to be removed, so I don't get caught up on this thing later on. So if I never built myself and covered that breach or removed that chink in my armor, that one vulnerability could be your Achilles heel. That could be to your ruin. So we got to identify that.
Can I put one scripture?
God.
Matthew chapter 7 and verse 25. Matter of fact, verse 24.
Matthew chapter 7 and verse 24 reads,
Because such one was going into those spots or wrinkles that at a later day may become the eventual demise of men or women. Read.
Come, Matthew chapter 7 verse 24 reads, therefore whosoever heareth these sayings of mine.
So I'm hearing the Bible, blessed are the readers, hearers, and doers of his word. We're hearing these scriptures. We're being biblically educated. Read.
And doeth them.
Read on.
I will liken him unto a wise man.
A wise man's a doer of the word. Read.
Which built his house upon a rock.
Rock means foundation. Foundation means your set of principles and values. So he built his house on the rock or foundation or principles and values of his biblical education that came from the scriptures and his personal experience executing them in action. Read.
And the rain descended, And the floods came.
But it can't nobody stop the rain. Listen, you can be as wise as you want, class as much as you want, stay as much as you want, be righteous as you want. Listen, bro, the rain's gonna come, bro. The clouds gonna come.
Right.
Read.
It's inevitable.
It's gonna come, bro. Read.
And the winds blew and beat upon that house.
And the winds blew, righteous or unrighteous, wicked or righteous, Jake or Jew. Brother, you're gonna experience storms in your Jew life or in your Jake life. Read.
And it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock.
But this man did not collapse because he maintained and stuck to his what? His rock, his foundation, his set of values and principles from his biblical education. Read.
And everyone that heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them not,
But
shall be likened unto a foolish man.
But obviously one of these kings have been educated, but they don't mean to be retained. Read.
Yeah, plus we had the written records of David to be able to go off of. So it wasn't like we didn't have some previous examples of righteousness, like we all do. We all have examples of righteousness. But what matters is, do I pursue and try to duplicate and mimic those examples of righteousness? Go ahead.
That's so true. Read it, Ron.
Which built his house upon the sand.
Was built his house on the what?
Upon the sand.
So a rock is your principles and foundation, but sand represents what? Being shallow when it comes to my principles and foundations in the scriptures. It's not the same level of depth as a rock, or fortitude as a rock. Read.
And the rain descended.
But them storms still came though.
Yep.
There's one man was shallow with his biblical education and shallow with his application. But whether you're shallow or you really focus on building your foundation and building these principles and these laws, commandments, and knowledge and the application and following strong examples. Read.
And the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it.
Something about me, whatever spot or wrinkle I had, blocked my ability to maintain my foundation. And you know the end of that process.
Yep. Scripture say, "He that endures to the end, the same shall be saved." So I gotta build on these foundations and these principles, but I gotta make it last too. I gotta endure. I gotta endure whatever comes my way. And the way you do that is you gotta constantly purge yourself from the things that make you unclean or that prevent you from having the complete reverence toward the Most High. All right, so let's go back to 2 Kings chapter 14 and verse 3.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 14 and verse 3 reads, And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, yet not like David his father. He did according to all things as Joash his father did. Howbeit the high places were not taken away.
He says, howbeit the high places were what?
Not taken away.
Now, I heard Ward last week he wanted to go into these high places. That's something that he said in last week's class. He wanted to go into these high places and discuss. He mentioned last week that the high places weren't always just a paganistic form of worship, but they did represent something, and they were symbolic of something. Sometimes Israel went to high places to sacrifice to the Most High, but most of the time, when you look at the surrounding nations, the high places represent the sacrifice of a deity to a deity of another nation. So, but when you look at the apostasy of the kings, they were duplicating the actions of the other nations. They weren't going to the high places to commemorate the Most High, or sacrifice to the Most High. And I'm gonna show this as an example that most people, and I'm gonna pull this real quick. I know we're not gonna go into all the high places, but just to show as an example how Israel viewed high places or high tops, mounds, hilltops. We're gonna get to that too, because one thing that the groves represent is a sacred place of sacred trees. All right. So, but just to show that people around, not just our culture, but other nations, reviewed any type of mountaintop or hillside as a place of that you worship a deity. I'm gonna show you this. Let's go to Deuteronomy real quick. And I'm sorry we erased the ability to put all the scriptures up. That was an accident, so Salaki on that. But just follow along. and we're going to
Repeat the scripture.
we're going to repeat the scripture. But right now we're just going to show how people view the high places. All right, and I'm gonna pull a scripture. If you have a Josephus, who got the Josephus? All right. Go ahead, Kariah. Let's go ahead and salute you in on the Josephus.
And if somebody in the chat, could, you know, something like that. Somebody do
Put
it.
the scripture up. You talking about?
Yeah, and put it in the chat at least. If you got Nagaha, no problem.
I want to get something real quick.
Deuteronomy, right?
Yeah, I want you to get something real quick. I want you to get something out of Josephus. I got it in Deuteronomy. I'm just going to try to pull it real fast out of the Josephus because I want to explain this real quick. I want to explain this in a
Can I read the definition real quick?
yeah, hold on 1 second. 1 second. All right, so now let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 3, starting verse 1 real quick. Let's go and salute Kariah because he's gonna read a little bit of Josephus real quick, and maybe some scriptures too.
Is it through a certain verse?
Yeah, just Deuteronomy chapter 3, just 1 through 2.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banyashala.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashar, Banashal, Amajim, Barak, Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
Yahweh Ba'asham, Yahweh Shabbarakatham.
Yeshabi. All right, let's go ahead and read that. Let Kariah read that Deuteronomy chapter 3. And then, because you hold on to where we at in 2 Kings chapter 14. We just want to show, we're just going to expound on this point about these high places and what they meant to people around this time frame. So let's read that real quick. Exodus chapter, I'm sorry, not Deuteronomy. Exodus chapter 3. My apologies. Exodus chapter 3, start at verse 1.
Come. Exodus chapter 3 and verse 1. Now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of the Most High.
It says, and he came to what?
To the mountain of the Most High.
And he came to the mountain of the Most High. They called Horeb the mountain of the Most High. Now we're going to show in Josephus, why did men consider these mountaintops places where you may come into contact with higher powers? All right. So let's go to Josephus chapter 2, book 2, chapter 12, start at paragraph 1.
Come. Book 2, Josephus, Antiquity of the Jews, book 2, chapter 12, and paragraph 1, page 71. Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
Come. It reads, Now Moses, when he had obtained the favor of Jethro, for that was one of the names of Raguel, stayed there and fed his flock. But sometime afterward, taking a station at the mountain called Sinai, he drove his flocks thither to feed them. Now this is the highest of all the mountains.
It says now this is the highest of what?
Of all the mountains thereabout.
It says this is the highest of all the mountains thereabout. Read on.
And the best for the pasturage, the herbage being there good, and it had not been before fed upon, because of the opinion men had that the Most High dwelt there.
It says, read that part again.
It says because of the opinion men had that the Most High dwelt there.
And it says, and it had not been fed before upon. Meaning what? Nobody would take their animals to that highest point of the mountain. So it was known amongst our people and also other nations, and we're just not going to go into it just of yet. We might make that a particular topic when the war gets back, because I know he wanted to expound on that. But I just want to show here that it was always known that there's something that you may come in contact with at the mountaintop. You know, so there was an opinion. Nobody fed in that area because it was the men's opinion that what?
That the Most High dwelt there. The shepherds not daring to ascend up to it.
It says the shepherds wouldn't even go to that mountain. They wouldn't even go. They wouldn't even feed their sheep at that mountain. Even though the pasture was good, it wasn't until Moses took his flock up that anybody dared to even feed their flock on that particular mountaintop. You know what I'm saying? Because of that opinion. So just showing historically that people's always had the notion that there's gods that exist at the mountaintop. Now we know that the Most High made himself known through the appearance of the angel at the burning bush with Moses. But also, historically, you can also show through other nations did sacrifices because they felt like their gods lived at the high mountains too, at the high places as well. All right?
That's like Zeus and all of them on Mount Olympus or. Like,
Yeah, you know, you see, they live on Mount Olympus.
Yeah.
Or you see 300 at the beginning of the movie where he's climbing the mountain to go talk to the oracles. You know what I'm saying? Because they did sacrifices on high places. All right? So that was just the opinion of the people at the time. All right? So let that go. Just wanted to bring that out. And we'll probably expound on this in depth, like what the meaning of those high places were. Let's go back now to Kings.
Second Kings chapter 14 verse 4 reads, "Howbeit the high places were not taken away."
Now, when you talk about the nations sacrificed to their deities in high places. And he said that Amaziah's heart was close, it was good, but it wasn't perfect. And the one fatal mistake that he made is he wouldn't eradicate the unclean places that Israel will go to sacrifice to the gods of the other nations. That was one of his flaws. So when you look at this story, you got to see, okay, where am I not removing every aspect of me that may be unclean? You got to take a mental note of that and do some inventory within yourself. All right, read on.
"As yet the people did sacrifice and burn incense on the high places. And it came to pass."
All right, so that was one of Amaziah's mistakes. He didn't remove the high places. His heart wasn't perfect. Hold that real quick. Get back to 2 Chronicles chapter 25. Read verse 1 real quick.
25 or 5?
25.
Through a certain verse or just?
Let's just read 1 and 2. 1 through 4. Read that. Yes, sir.
2 Chronicles chapter 25 verse 1. "Amaziah was 25 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Jehoiada of Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, but not with a perfect heart."
Right there, bingo. Same thing we just read in Kings. He didn't have a perfect heart. You have to have a whole heart that's solely obligated to the servitude of the Most High. You can't have your own superstitions and your own little talisman that you hold in your back pocket. You know, you can't have your own little superstitions of, I know y'all serve the Lord like this, but everybody should have their own personal relationship with the Most High in Christ. So I'm going to do things my way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to serve the Most High the way I want to serve the Most High. And that's not like David. He didn't have that mind frame. If he would have just followed the footsteps of David, he would have went down historically as a good king. And half the things that happened to him wouldn't have befell him. Read on.
God. Verse 3. "Now it came to pass, when the kingdom was established to him, that he slew his servants that had killed the king his father."
So he revenged his father's death, which is appropriate, but he didn't kill the children. He didn't kill their children. And this is something that you could tell he had some type of biblical knowledge, some type of knowledge of the Torah. He had some type of penance to why I shouldn't kill these kids. Now you would think some men might say, "Man, I'm killing everybody." You know what I'm saying? Grandmas, grannies, uncles, cousins. I'm just shoot everybody up. You know, but he in his mind he's saying, you know what, I'm gonna let those kids live because they didn't have nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? So that you can actually find in the scriptures. Finish reading that, my Waller.
Verse 4. But he slew not their children, but did as it was written in the law in the book of Moses, where the Lord commanded, saying, the father shall not die for the children, neither shall the children die for the fathers, but every man shall die for his own sin.
And you should read, and you could read that real quick in Deuteronomy chapter 24 and read verse 16.
Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 16. Whenever you're ready to.
Read that.
Come. Deuteronomy chapter 24 and verse 16. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
Every man shall be put to death for what?
His own sin.
So you would think that Amaziah knew this. He knew the law. So then he had to have known the law about not allowing those high places to exist. But something in him didn't want to eradicate the high places. It's like men that have a plan B. Just in case the Most High fails, I always got a plan B. I can always go back to something.
I'll go back to this.
I can always go back to this. I can always go back to where I was at, where just in case this God thing doesn't work out, this Most High, this truth thing, this Israelite thing don't work out, I always got a plan B. You know what I'm saying? When you serve the Most High, there is no plan Bs. He is your plan. He's your A, B, and C. There is no fallback plan. But obviously something in a person to allow this thing to exist, he felt it necessary to not remove it. And and sometimes that's how we operate as well. You know, we say, well, you know what, I'll change, but I'm not going to change everything. You know, I'll change most things, some things, but I'm not going to change all things. When in actuality, you know, when you got the Most High's acceptance, then you should be willing to put every aspect of uncleanness away from you as quick as possible. All right. So let's go back to Amaziah real quick, and let's pick up on some of the mistakes he made. Verse 5.
Verse 5. Moreover, Amaziah gathered Judah together and made them captains over thousands and captains over hundreds, according to the houses of their fathers.
Go ahead.
Throughout all Judah and Benjamin, he numbered them from 20 years old and above.
All right, so now he did a good thing. He set up an army. He was military minded. That was 2 Kings chapter 14, verse 5.
That wasn't verse
Or
5.
it was that was
2 Chronicles.
Oh, you're in
Chronicles.
Chronicles. You're in
God,
I'm sorry.
2 Chronicles chapter 25 and verse 5 now.
Yeah, read.
God. And he numbered them from 20 years old and above, and found them 300,000 choicemen, able to go forth to war.
So now he was military minded. Amaziah was he was warlike in his thought process, but also he picked up mercenaries. And this is one of the things that he did wrong. He went and hired 100,000 men with 100 or a group of men with 100,000 talents of silver. That was one of his mistakes. You know, his mistake was, you know, he just as a backup plan, just in case the Most High doesn't bless him with the manpower that he assembled, I'm gonna go ahead and get these extra men as a backup, which was unnecessary. It just showed that he didn't fully trust the Most High, right? Yes, sir.
Does it show that he is the same way as not having faith in the Most High?
God.
Okay.
I'm gonna just go get these extra men, even though these men were not men of good quality. And we're gonna find that out because the Most High said what? Finish reading that.
That could handle spear and shield. He hired also 100,000 mighty men of valor out of Israel for 100 talents of silver.
So 100,000 mighty men with 100 talents of silver. Read.
God. But there came a man of the Most High to him.
And we found out last week that this 100 talents of silver was worth $1.4 million in today's money. Read.
Saying, O king, let not the army of Israel go with thee, for the Lord is not with Israel, to wit, with all the children of Ephraim.
So Ephraim being the head tribe of the northern kingdom of Israel, he was pretty much summing up by saying Ephraim. He was talking about all of the northern tribes. He said the Most High is not with him, so don't employ those men for war, because the Most High is not going to support you due to the fact that those men worship idols. All right. So these were some of the mistakes. We're not going to read the whole thing, but these were some of the mistakes that Amaziah was making. And also, another mistake Amaziah made was when he did assemble those men, then he let them go. He ended up going against Edom. And last week we found out about where he destroyed Edom and Salah. And Salah was modern day what? Petra. And what was significant about Petra?
It was one way in, one way out.
Well, it was one way in, one way out. What else?
It was impenetrable.
It was fortified. Yeah.
It was heavily fortified. What else?
They had like dugouts inside the cave, like certain like when you go in, like it was levels, like different like levels with like within inside the Petra.
Well, who was the inhabitants of Petra?
Edom.
Hittites.
Hittites.
Horites.
Horites.
It was the Horites, and the Horites.
They had idols.
Cave.
They had they were Arab tribes.
Oh yeah.
But Edom did what?
They took that.
They stole the caves,
Yeah.
man.
Oh,
That wasn't their original land.
That wasn't the original.
They took it.
They stole the caves from
Right.
the Horites.
They didn't even do the work.
Nah,
to
man.
build the caves.
They just came in and said, "Man, y'all did a nice job."
Yeah.
And we went ahead and this is a book right here called Petra.
Come on, man.
It's a good book if you want to kind of get some understanding of that area of Salah that Amaziah had taken. That when he conquered Edom. But when you look in this book, who's writing in Petra?
like Ishmael.
That is Ishmael.
Wow, man.
Because who built it?
Ishmael.
Ishmael had built it.
Wow.
But Edom came in and stole it and kicked out Ishmael. And then they dwelt in those caves. And so it changed hands quite a few times historically. Later on, the Nabateans were known to have conquered Petra. Then also, during the height of the Roman Empire, Rome came in and used the area of Petra. They fortified and took Petra. Petra was a very lucrative point between the desert because it had water and it was fortified. So it was great also for commerce. Yes, sir.
No, I was gonna say too. I remember we brought up a point about how it's in the Josephus where they talked about how the Romans they claimed that they were also Egyptians.
No, the Greeks.
No, the Greeks. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Greeks claimed that they were the Egyptians.
Yeah.
The Greeks stole the identity of the Egyptians. They say they were the Egyptians. The Greeks stole. You can read this in a Josephus. The Greeks said that they were the Babylonians, and they said that they were pretty much anybody of historical significance. They stole the identity and said that was us.
That was us too. Yeah.
Yeah, that was us. Them guys, if they were successful in history, that was us. Yeah.
Funny. Wow.
So just for me to understand it a little bit more better. So Petra, that was the Ishmaelites, right?
Yeah, initially the Horites
Initially.
or the Horims.
Yeah.
The Horim. So you know, so even growing up in school, we always get confused saying that the white man is the original, like, you know, that's where they dwelt at. They was the original cave dwellers. But it's crazy over here, we proving it that Petra was actually originally inhabited by the Horims, which is the Hormites. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Yeah, but don't get it twisted. Edom does like to dwell in high places.
Yeah.
Edom still today like to dwell in high places. They still like to live off the cliff, off the cliff of the side of a mountain. They like to live in skyscrapers and tall, 100-foot, 200, 300-foot skyscrapers.
High habitations.
Their habitation is still high.
That's crazy.
That's interesting.
What you got?
Well, I was just thinking on it. That's how they their promotion system, like in that I guess multiplex, like skyscraper. The higher you move up, the higher your position is.
Yeah.
And they always see
You get the
top floor.
Yeah, you get the penthouse suite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the.
I'm looking down
Yeah.
on all y'all.
Yeah.
You got the sky. You got the sky view.
Yeah.
Or if you at the football game, you got the sky box.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You in the sky box, and you got the cocktails. You got unlimited cocktails, unlimited hors d'oeuvres and snacks coming.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? And you got the big window where you can see everything.
Yeah.
And you look down on the whole field. and you look down on
There's
everybody.
a feeling of pride that comes from
Hell
it.
yes, a feeling of pride that comes from it.
That's their biggest show of dominance.
Yeah.
Their skyscrapers, the Burj Dubai is tallest in the world. That's their show of their might and power. That's their pride.
It's the
That's one of the biggest things they take pride in is their buildings.
It's a reflection of their pride that both in yachts, by how big is my yacht? My yacht out my Russian oligarch yacht is bigger than your yacht. Even if it's only 10 feet longer, I still gotta be known that I got the largest yacht in the world. Just so you know.
I got one up on you. Look at mine.
I got the helipad. You know what I'm saying? I got submersible vehicles on it attached to it. So that's Edom's pride. But we're gonna find out, like the Jefferson.
That's Judah. You got a copy. He lives in the good neighborhood.
We want to move on up, right?
That's the most expensive way that they show their dominance and pride too.
But
skyscrapers.
But you know what? This befell, and I'm glad we're talking about this because this befell Uzziah. As we get into Uzziah, that same pomp and that same arrogance that came from being successful. I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah.
But that became infectious. You know what I'm saying? When you start getting successful, you start smelling yourself. You start smelling yourself, and you get the big head syndrome, and your ears become dull. Nobody can tell you anything. But I don't want to ruin it. We're gonna get into it anyway. So, but that ideal of I'm sitting on high, and I can't be touched. You know what I'm saying? And I can view you from I got the vantage point over you. I have the dominance over you.
Loftiness.
It's the loftiness. I got the vantage point. I can't be touched. I can see you coming. You know what I'm saying? You can't pull me down.
It's the eagle, right?
It's the eagle. So the eagle eye, man. So
bird's eye.
That's why America got mad trying to put the weather balloons up there. Spots
They ain't see it. They ain't
had to shoot them down, man. Nobody gonna sit higher than us. You shoot the balloons down, man. So this is what we're looking at, showing how the feelings that men get when they get to a high position. You know what I'm saying? When they get on a vantage point. So this was Amaziah's undoing. He got prideful, but he wouldn't remove the high places. So he had his backdoor form of worship. And then also he didn't trust the Most High wholeheartedly. You know what I'm saying? He put his strength in numbers. He put his strength in his army. So he thought, you know what, if I can accumulate these numbers, if I can get these numbers and I get numbers on my side, then I have the advantage by numbers. And we know that also from read that first Maccabees real quick, chapter 3, and read verse 18.
3 and 18.
Yes, sir.
Come. Alright, come. First Maccabees.
That's true.
They do love them doolies, man, and they jack them up too. They jack them up. They got it's a guy that he had one of them down. It's crazy how high they can get them trucks, bro. They look like monster trucks.
Yeah.
And one guy in my neighborhood, man, he had a dually truck. I know a brother said it in the comments. He had jacked up his truck, and his truck was taller than his house.
Wow.
I should have took a picture of it, man.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be great. I should have took a picture of it and put it up here, man. Dude lived around the corner from me, had a truck that was taller than his house. It was taller. The top of the roof of the truck was over the roof of the house. And he had a little house and a big ass truck. But he just felt like, I'm riding high, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a pride associated with that.
Right.
But anyway, we're gonna get into that too. Let's read that real quick in First Maccabees. Looking at some of the mistakes that Amaziah had made was putting his trust in his military or in numbers. Read.
Come. First Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 18. Unto whom Judas answered, it is no hard matter for many to be shut up in the hands of a few.
See, if you have the Most High on your side, numbers don't really exist. If you have the Most High with you, he said it's not a hard matter that many could be overcome and be subdued by just a couple or a handful of men.
Come.
But it's who's with you. in the midst of this battle? Who's on your side? He said that's nothing. Numbers don't matter when you have the Most High on your side. Read.
And with the Most High of heaven, it is all one.
He said it's all the same. So basically, if you have 10,000 enemies against 100 men, as if the Most High is with you, that's like having 10,000 on 10,000. So it offsets the disadvantage when you have the Most High at your disposal. All right, read on.
To deliver with a great multitude or a small company, for the victory of battle.
It says for the what?
For the victory of battle.
It says for the victory of battle. Read on.
Standeth not in the multitude.
The victory of battle standeth not in the what?
In the multitude.
Numbers. So it's not about the numbers. You could have a 1,000,000-man army, but if the Most High is not with you, it's the same as having 20,000. It's irrelevant. Your numbers are irrelevant if you have the Most High at your disposal. Read.
Of an host, but strength.
But strength. There's a place where strength comes from. Where does strength come from?
Coming from heaven.
So this is where Uzziah made a big mistake. Uzziah thought that, you know what, if I can go ahead and pay with 100,000 talents, get these mercenaries, I'll really get the advantage. But the Most High don't look at the war. He doesn't look at the war scene like that. The battle scene, the battlefront is not viewed based upon numbers. Another verse on that as well. Let's go to Psalms 33 and read verse 16. Mawal, you got that? Oh, you got it. You got it. Let Karai read. You don't stick with the king.
I'm on 2 Kings 14 and Chronicles.
Yeah, you in Chronicles. We're gonna let Chronicles go and go back to Kings. All right.
Okay, go back to Kings.
Yes, sir. Read that.
You said 33 and 16?
Yes, sir.
Come. Psalms chapter 33 and verse 16. There is no king save by the multitude of an host.
What does it say?
There is no king saved by the multitude of an host.
There's no king saved by what? No.
By the multitude of an host.
So you can have a 1,000,000-man army as far as foot soldiers. You could have 100,000 swordsmen. You could have 100,000 charioteers. You could have 100,000 men slinging bow and arrow. You have 100,000 men with lances. It doesn't matter. If the Most High is with you, then who could be against you? Read.
A mighty man is not delivered by much strength. And horse is a vain thing for safety.
It said a horse is a what?
Is a vain thing for safety.
Modern day horse is the tank. Humvees, troop carriers, tanks.
Cars.
Yeah, bulletproof cars. He said there's no man that's saved by what?
For safety.
Safety in a horse. Read on.
Neither shall he deliver any by his great strength.
You know, in Russia, Ukraine is priding themselves off of disabling one of these Russian tanks, these new model tanks that Russia got, that are supposedly, they call them the Terminators. These new tanks that Russia got called the Terminators because they said that they're impenetrable. Well, Ukraine just blew one up. You know what I'm saying? Just recently. So they're.
It was American though, right?
Say it again.
It was American weapons, though, right?
We don't know. We don't know what weapons, because they fighting with German weapons. They fighting with British weapons. We don't know whose weapon did it, but just for the fact that these Terminator tanks that Russia got are said to be impenetrable, and one of them just got blown to smithereens. So it's just showing you that even if you're fortified in your defenses, there's still vulnerabilities. There's no guarantee in battle. The only guarantee you have in battle is, do I have the Most High with me or not? That's your best advantage. Read.
Verse 18. Behold, the eye of the Most High is upon them that fear him.
And the Most High cares about the ones that what?
That fear him.
Go ahead. That don't take pride in their technology. They don't take pride in their technology. They don't take pride in their ability to amass large amounts of soldiers. Read.
Upon them that hope is in his mercy, to deliver their soul from death, and to keep them alive in famine.
And to keep them alive in what?
In famine.
In famine. So when there's no food, hey man, we got to lean on the Most High. If there's an enemy approaching, we got to lean on the Most High. The Most High is our only hope and our strength. All right. So we're just kind of backtracking, looking at some of the mistakes that Uzziah made, and why the Most High just went ahead and removed him. He did have a long run. I believe Uzziah may have had a 25-year run, but Uzziah had a 52-year run. He had a 52-year reign. He reigned for an extremely long time. So we're gonna get into we're just now we okay. So let's wrap that up. I want to go back to 2 Kings real quick and just wrap that up in chapter 14.
You mean
2 Kings 14.
Okay, gotcha. In verse.
Let's get 2 Kings chapter 14 and get verse. Just kind of want to end dealing with Amaziah
You want to do
and his mistakes. Let's get
7. Cause we read 6.
yeah.
Okay.
2 Kings chapter 14 and verse 7 reads, He slew of Edom in the valley of Salt 10,000, and took Salah by war.
And Salah is modern day Petra, and we just spoke about the significance of Petra and what it was and how it changed hands and who dwelt there. So we know that he kicked the Edomites, but destroyed the Edomites, but he made a big mistake. Read on.
And called the name of it Joktheel unto this day. Then Amaziah sent messengers to...
Joktheel?
Yeah.
Like the Spanish or something like that? Or?
No, I want hold that real quick. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second, because you know what I want to do? I want to show one mistake, man, that he did was I want to show you one thing that he did wrong. Yeah, it's 2 Chronicles chapter 25. Give me verse start at verse 14. So he slew Edom, took it over. 2 Chronicles chapter 25, start at verse 14.
God.
We're bouncing back and forth because there are certain things that it says in Chronicles that you're not going to read in Kings. So we kind of got to go back and forth to kind of pick up all those little indicators of very important details that we don't want to pass by, so we know what exactly was Amaziah's error. So let's read that.
God. 2 Chronicles chapter 25 verse 14 reads, Now it came to pass, after that Amaziah was come from the slaughter of the Edomites, that he brought the gods of the children of Seir.
And you didn't see that in Kings. So
he brought the gods.
Yeah, so he not only did he destroy Edom, but he said, man, I'm gonna preserve these what?
Gods.
Man, why would he preserve the God? He knew,
I might need this.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
I might
Exactly.
need this.
Why let these go to waste, man? If I might be able to sell them. I might be able to. I might be curious. A lot of times we're curious, bro. I've seen a lot of times where brothers are engaging in alternative knowledge because they're bored.
That's true.
I've seen this a lot. Brothers start reading. They start reading the Wisdom of Solomon. Solomon's other books.
Yeah.
I don't even want to name
It
them.
was native.
Yeah, I don't even want to name the books that supposedly Solomon wrote because they were left-handed books that sorcerers use today. You know what I'm saying? But I've seen brothers that they're not enthusiastic about the scriptures. And they're not diving into the Bible, pulling information from the scriptures. I'm going to change that, it's burning.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you, bro. Just get some fresh smoke on there, man. Man.
Cover.
Yeah, so you'll watch brothers start picking up alternative doctrines, man. And you got to be careful with that. Especially if you don't have a foundation in the scriptures. You got to start let me cut this fan on real quick.
Slide.
No, it's all right. It's just burning too much. Somebody got this thing on high heat.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful with that, picking up alternative books, reading about Aleister Crowley and all these other left-hand individuals. Brothers do that because they get bored, or they're curious. And they go into these curious arts and curious works, and don't give your mind to that. Read that.
God, and set them up to be his gods, and bowed down himself before them.
Damn! Not only did he take them gods from Edom, but he set them up, erected them, and he bowed himself down to them. That means you to bow down. You prostrate yourself. You lay down in front of these gods, man. That when you lay down in front of a fake deity, what you're saying is, you have control over me. I'm yielding my control to you. You control me. Read.
And bowed down himself before them, and burned incense unto them.
Yeah.
Wherefore the anger of the Lord was kindled against Amaziah.
And that was one of his fatal mistakes.
And he sent unto him a prophet.
Go ahead.
Which said unto him, Why hast thou sought after the gods of the people, which could not deliver their own people out of thine hand?
He said, man, why are you serving a God that didn't even work for the people you took it from? The God didn't protect them from the Edomites' gods didn't even save them from getting overthrown.
Maybe they didn't use it right. Maybe use it better.
So why would you even pick up a God that's useless, that doesn't provide you defense, that doesn't have any power or strength? Yes, sir.
Was it shiny? Was it like decked with gold?
You know, Dawiyah would probably describe that as,
Probably.
you know what I'm saying, as being shiny.
Probably.
That's what you like, sir.
But you know, we're like sheep, bro. We like things that catch our attention.
Yeah.
We're very simple.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We like things that shiny. look at how look at what we do. We kill each other over some chains. That dude P&B Rock. That dude P&B Rock from California was in Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. He was a rapper. I had never heard of him before that until he died. But
yeah.
what Biggie say? You're nobody till somebody kill you.
Yeah, no, he was right about that.
Yeah. So P&B Rock, his girlfriend, they was at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, and she's Snapchatting or Instagramming, their location. She's dropping their location, and then taking pictures. He got these big old chain. Rappers they flossing. So not soon after,
It's open.
somebody came in. Not soon after, dude came in, shot him right there at the booth, and took his chain. Same thing happened to Duke the Jeweler.
Yeah.
The brother from Chicago.
It's a shame, bro.
King. Yeah. Well, no, not King Von. He was fighting.
He was acting a fool.
Fighting that dude from Atlanta.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about Duke the Jeweler. Nobody's there. He had was there gambling with
Jay Prince
and Boosie and all
talking
that.
about
Kids, yeah.
Quavo?
Take off.
No, take off
Take
too.
off.
But
He was in New Orleans, right? He was somewhere.
he was in Houston. No, Duke the Jeweler I think was in they was in Houston or Dallas. But I forgot exactly where he was at. But he got robbed. They followed him to his car, man. You know the things that our people, we'll do anything for an opportunity.
Yeah.
We call it hitting a lick. We hit a lick, or it's a come up, or I'm gonna take advantage of. That's a lame. He's a duck. He's a sitting duck.
You wouldn't find no Ishmaelite out there gambling with Judah with a whole bunch of jewelry.
Johnny Dane wasn't there.
Johnny Dane wasn't there.
Johnny Dane wasn't. He wasn't there gambling. He knows how to make his money and get in. They come in the store. They get custom made pieces. And he send them home.
Yeah.
And we accept it. It's like part of a culture, man. Like when you say the term, he got caught lacking, and it's okay now.
Yeah.
There's no remorse. It's like, well, he shouldn't have got caught lacking.
You got caught lacking.
I just
Should have had his piece on it.
Yeah.
Lesson learned.
But our people do anything for an opportunity to come up out of their situation. It's that way amongst us. But you know what? To pick up them other gods though, why would Amaziah pick up them other gods, take them home, and then set them up to worship them gods? That just shows you how disconnected he was with the Most High. But a lot of our people still pay homage to candles.
Yeah.
How many of our people got Virgin Mary candles in their house? Or rosary? They pray the rosary every morning.
They have a whole bunch of them at the other grocery stores.
Yeah.
Decked out.
That's a whole section of they got Tupac on the candle with dressed like a saint.
That's crazy, bro.
Saint Tupac now.
Yeah.
You got a lot of our people. They want to deify anybody and anything. You know what I'm saying? So you got a lot of our people still got idols that were trinkets and remnants from the Catholics to give the people a fake identity of the Most High. How many of our people got the crucifix on their neck or tattooed on their body or up on the wall? How many of our people love imagery, man? Our people love imagery, and we like to give significance to things that have no power. You know what I'm saying? We love praying to saints and praying to rose and keeping superstitious trinkets, amulets, talisman, good luck charms. We love to do things based upon our own superstition and tradition. So for this man to know that the Most High didn't salvage them Edomites, but still took their gods, that's a denial of the existence of the Most High. I'm denying that the Most High exists. For me to bring them damn gods home, set them up in my house, and worship them gods. That's a slap in the face to the Father. So that prophet said what? Tell them where we at.
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 25, verse 16 now reads, And it came to pass, as he talked with him, that the king said unto him, Art thou made of the king's counsel? Forbear, why shouldest thou be smitten? Then the prophet forbear.
He said, basically what he's saying is, do you want me to kick your ass?
I know, isn't it?
That's what he said. He said, why shouldest thou be smitten? Why should you catch this beat down? That's what he's telling them. Why should you catch this beat down? Do you really want this ass whooping?
God.
That's what he's saying.
Say it again.
Right. He's saying that, listen, man, shut your mouth. Read.
Why shouldest thou be smitten?
Hey, you ask him a question.
You get the hands on.
You want your butt whooped like you talk to your kids, man. You want a whooping? Nobody wants a whooping. When you ask somebody, do you want a whooping? You already know that's a rhetorical question. Nobody wants to be smitten, man. Why even ask me, do I want to be smitten? You know I don't want to be smitten. But I want you to think about it. I want you to think about my question.
Yeah.
Right.
So that way you can conclude the answer for yourself. You understand where I'm coming from. So I'm going to ask you a question that I know you know the answer to, just so you can contemplate, do I really want to be smitten? No, I probably don't. I probably don't want to be smitten. But what did the prophet say?
Then the prophet forbear and said.
The prophet he did what?
And said, I know that the Most High have determined to destroy thee.
He said, no, I don't want to be smitten. But I know this though.
he had the last word.
He had the last word, man. I know I don't want to be smitten, but I'm going to tell you this though. He said what?
I know that the Most High have determined to destroy thee.
He said, I know the Most High going to destroy you. Read.
Because thou hast done this, and hast now hearkened unto my counsel.
He said, because you serving idols, and I was sent to tell you to change. But you're not listening to me, so the Most High is going to deal with you. So we're looking at the multitude of Amaziah's mistakes, man. Man, this guy he started off on the right foot. You know, he vindicated his father's death. He killed the ones that killed his father. You know, he destroyed, you know, a lot of the other nations. But he preserved their deities. He preserved their gods.
He did it.
And he worshipped them. So it's just showing you his mistakes and why the Most High had to remove this man out of power. Somebody had a question? Okay, I thought somebody had a question. My bad. So, finish that, my Waller.
Verse 17. Then Amaziah, king of Judah, took advice and sent to Joash, the son of Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, Come, let us see one another in the face.
So now he said, man, come see me in the face. That means, you know, let's you want the smoke. Come get the smoke.
Yeah. Step up.
Tell him where you at. He just came in. Tell him where.
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 25, verse 18 reads.
So now we know what happened. Just to get to the point. Obviously he lost. And he was, I don't want to say kidnapped. because he was a king, he was king-napped. You know what I'm saying? he got king-napped and taken by the Northern Kingdom's king, and he was taken as a hostage for about 15 years until
that's
that
a
king.
long time, bro.
Yeah, and then they let him go, and then he was dwelling in Jerusalem. But then the Most High sent out some hitmen. Matter of fact, just jump down to that so we know we get to that point. Get to 24.
Verse 24. And he took all the gold and silver and all the vessels that were found in the house of the Most High with Obed-Edom.
And this was Joash, the northern kingdom of Israel, that did this. Read.
Come. And the treasures of the king's house, the hostages also, and returned to Samaria.
Go ahead.
And Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah.
Now you had Joash, king of Judah, but you had Joash, king of Israel. Now Amaziah, he was the son of Joash, king of Judah, but the Amaziah that took him captive was Joash, the king of the northern kingdom of Israel, is the one that took him hostage. All right, read on.
And Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah, lived after the death of Joash, son of Jehoash, king of Israel, 15 years.
Go ahead.
Now the rest of the acts of Amaziah, first and last, behold, are they not written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel? Now after the time that Amaziah did turn away from following the Lord, they made a conspiracy against him.
Now the Most High, although he escaped the being taken hostage, the Most High still set it out to destroy him. He wasn't going to let him live his life out, in pleasure, because of his apostasy, because he chose to venerate and worship and bow down to other deities. The Most High wasn't going to let it slide, man. He said that was an act that was unforgivable. So that's blasphemy now to the Most High. So the Most High said he stirred up a couple of hitmen, and they did what?
And he fled to Lachish, but they sent to Lachish after him and slew him there. And they brought him upon horses and buried him with his fathers in the city of Judah.
Can I pull the scripture real fast? Job 20:5. Really verse 4.
Come. Job chapter 20 and verse 4. Knowest thou not this of old, since men was upon place upon earth, that the triumphing of the wicked is short?
The triumphing of the wicked is short. You had this great war, you had this successful victory, you had the succession of correct thoughts and actions and decisions, and then I want to touch something that's not the priesthood. It wasn't like he made a lone solo decision. He made I want to be a king. I want to be the authority figure. That's fantastic. The king is still under the Most High. The king is still under the prophets, right?
Okay.
So he's a king. He has his power. He has his authority. But guess what? He wanted to make an independent decision, despite the direction of the priesthood. And then so the priesthood say, hey, bro, that was a bad decision. But I'm pretty sure he could have consorted with the priest to say, hey, should I take these idols with me?
He could ask somebody.
But why did he not ask? Because it was already in his desire, his internal lust, his natural desire. This is what I want to do. Despite the conventional wisdom that's been passed down. Despite the cabinet I have a solo, independent choice that I want to make because I'm me. So from that moment, it gets revealed that he goes from these righteous actions and he converts the mind of a wicked man or injurious man, because this was an injury to his people. This is confirmation that it's okay to the lower level people who have the internal struggle of doubt that are playing with the existence of the Most High versus the existence of these other foreign deities, right? So the triumphing of the what?
The wicked.
The wicked, right? Mm-hmm. Is what?
It's short.
It's short. I mean, he didn't get to enjoy the rest of his blessings. He had a short run as far as he didn't get to enjoy that triumph, that victory. Most High said, listen, I'm going to pronounce against you that you're going to be unsuccessful. And then you can see how because he changed his perspective with the Most High, listen to his speech, how he talked to the prophets.
Yep.
His whole conversation changed. Brothers will be cool with you as long as there's a victory on their behalf.
Yeah.
But the moment that you don't concur, or you don't enjoy, you don't sit here, you don't agree with the decisions, the speech changes, the pattern changes, the personality changes. That was a shift, bro.
That was a major shift, but you saw the at the point of where you could say he was converted to the wrong mind is when he didn't he was already making bad decisions.
God.
But even before he took Edom and took their gods, he amassed an army without who? Without any type of counsel. Because you know why? I like what you're saying. Now go to Deuteronomy chapter 20 real quick. I like what you're saying. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 20 real fast. Because who told him to go amass 100,000 soldiers with 100,000 talents of silver? Right. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 20, and I want you to read this right quick. Start at verse 1.
Come. Deuteronomy chapter 20 and verse 1. When thou goest out to battle
now,
against...
before he beat up Edom, and before he took the gods of Edom home and worshipped them, he put an army together. He says, but when you put an army together, there's a way to do things. There's a way to go about battle. There's a way to go about war. There's a protocol before you go to war with anybody. There's a methodology of how you're supposed to approach a battle. And this is Deuteronomy 20 is the rules of engagement for war. Read.
When thou goest out to battle against thine enemies, and seest horses and chariots, and a people more than thou, be not afraid of them.
He said, be what?
Be not afraid of them.
So why would he go amass 100,000 troops?
Probably fear.
It sounded like some fear.
He felt like he was at a disadvantage.
He was afraid. You know, just like people do when they feel like they can't beat up one guy, they go get their buddy. Hey man, come with me, man. Come down the street with me.
yeah.
For what? I seen so and so. We gonna get him. Why are you saying we gonna get him?
Yeah.
Why you saying let's get him? Why couldn't you get him? Why you had to come knock on my door and get me to get him? If you got a problem with him, then why don't you square up with him and deal with it? But let's go, man.
They don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
You see that little slide on YouTube where that dude's on the phone and he's talking crap to somebody and he'll just get next to somebody like at Walmart and say, yeah, we here right here. My boy's right here. Yeah, come on with it. You want to go with all the smoke? Come on. And he's like, what? Huh?
Yeah, he said, I don't want none of that. That's you, buddy. You handle that. But obviously people do that out of what? Fear, man. So you know what that shows? Fear is a lack of trust. That's what fear is. Fear is a lack of trust. I don't really trust the Most High. So a lot of us will go make all type of arrangements to go to approach a battle simply because our trust in the Lord is not there. That was a big mistake that he made even before he took the gods of Edom and worshiped them. He was already amassing numbers because he was afraid. See, when you don't have the Most High with you, yeah, then you're afraid. Somebody read Romans 13:1 real quick. Read it fast too.
Romans 13:1.
Yes, sir. You got it?
Yes, sir. Romans chapter 13 and verse 1. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Read it.
Come. Romans chapter 13 and verse 1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher power.
So it's showing you already, Amaziah, his soul wasn't subject to the Most High. For him to go put his trust in 100,000 troops that didn't even belong to his army, it shows you that he didn't really trust the Most High. That means he wasn't really in submission to the Most High. Read.
For there is no power but of the Most High. The powers that be are ordained of the Most High.
It says the powers that be are ordained of who?
Of the Most High.
Read on.
Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of the Most High.
Read on.
And they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation.
Yeah, if you resist the power and the ordinance of the Most High, you'll be condemned to damnation. Read on.
For rulers are not a terror to good works.
Rulers are authority figures. Anybody that has power, anybody that sits in the seat of authority, whether that be police officers, that be sheriffs, that be ATF, whether that be FBI, CIA, whether that be government officials, judges, magistrates, bailiffs,
School teachers.
CEO. I mean, we call them COs,
Yeah.
wardens. So it said, yeah, rulers are not a terror to who?
Good works.
To good works. Read on.
But to the evil,
Read on.
wilt thou then be not? It says, wilt thou then not be afraid of the power?
It says, will thou then not be afraid of who?
Of the power.
So based upon where you are with the Most High, if you're locked in with no fear and you trust the Most High, then you're not afraid of police. You're not afraid of what the judge gonna say. I got pulled over the other day. You know what? I talk to the dude like I'm talking regular. I'm not afraid. I'm not, cause you know why? I'm not doing nothing wrong. Now I did have a license plate debacle. You know, the license plate on the vehicle didn't match the sticker. Now it wasn't my fault. It happened like that when I got the vehicle. But that wasn't my doing. I didn't know that. So when he brought it to my attention, I said, okay, cool, no problem. Well, is this vehicle yours? Yeah. Well, this don't match that. No problem. I'll fix it. That wasn't my doing. But I'm not saying I was bold. I wasn't disrespectful, but I wasn't scared. Right. So the dude invited me out the car. Well, come take a look at it. Let me show you where the license plate on your sticker, on your registration sticker. It has your plate on your sticker. So here, when you see these little digits, he gave me a lesson. When you see these little digits, that's your license plate, and it's supposed to match your plate. That's what we look for. He showed me what he's looking for. I said, you know what? I would have never known that. Appreciate you, man. Doing your job. Doing your job. That's what I did. I dapped him up, man. Bye, man. Appreciate
you. You didn't take his guys there. You didn't take those guys.
Man, I ain't got no guys with me, man. I had no idols in the car. So I had no rosary beads in the car. Like, man, don't let this guy pull me out the car. Man, don't let this guy beat me down, man. Mm-hmm. Man, no, you know why? Because you're not afraid if you're not doing nothing wrong. Right. Now, if you jerky and you know, yes, sir, talking fast.
They look for that.
They looking for that. What you nervous for? Why you making all these? Why you telling me all your business? I ain't even asked you nothing yet. I was just going down the street, man. I'm just going down the street. I'm just going down the street. I'm just going down the street. Yeah, he knows something wrong. But when you got the Most High with you, there's no reason to be afraid and fearful. So, you know, boom, dapped him up, let me go. He said, I'm not even going to give you a ticket, man. I'm just going to give you a warning. I said, I appreciate you. Thank you. I'll fix it. But when you're doing something wrong, and you're guilty, and you know the Most High is not with you, that's when you start making arrangements, and you start trying to make adjustments to where you start trying to empower yourself in alternative ways. I'm trying to empower myself in other ways other than because I know I've got the Most High on my side. So I'm going to start creating other things to try to fix my scenario because I know the Most High is not with me. I don't have to be afraid if the Most High is with me. Nobody should be walking the earth full of fear and panic or dread. But I will if I'm not right. If I don't submit to the Most High. He said, will thou then not be afraid?
It said, will thou then not be afraid of the power?
Read on.
Do that which is good.
Read it again.
From top.
No, do that which is good.
Do that which is good.
What is the Most High? What is Paul's advice?
Do that which is good.
Read on.
And thou shalt have praise of the same.
You ain't got nothing to worry about, man. You have no reason to fear if you're doing good works. You ain't got no reason to panic. No reason to make alternative arrangements. Backdoor plans, plan B, plan C. I got to come up with another idea. I got to come up with excuses. You don't have to operate like that and function like that if you're innocent. All right? So let that go and go back to Deuteronomy chapter 20 and read and pick up on verse 1 again.
Come. Deuteronomy chapter 20 and verse 1. when thou goest out to battle against thine enemies, and seest horses and chariots and a people more than thou,
and you're outnumbered. They got elephants decked out with arrowsmen, bow and arrowsmen, on top shooting arrows from the elephants. They got all kind of weapons. He said, man, don't be afraid, man. Read on.
Be not afraid of them, for the Most High thy power is with thee.
So Amaziah wasn't really thoroughly convinced 100% that the Most High was with him. And that's why he started making these adjustments. That's why he started making these plans of bringing on extra soldiers, extra men that could carry shield and buckler. Because he wasn't really rooted and founded in the fact that the Most High is with me. We all do that.
Which is crazy. Look at the contrast of David. David was more likely to take his armor off. In the first battle.
Yeah, against Goliath. He didn't wear no armor. Saul tried to give him his armor. He said, man, this armor hasn't been proven. I'm not comfortable with this. Read on.
Come. For the Most High thy power is with thee, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And it shall be, when ye are come nigh unto the battle.
And when you get close to the battle, the whole point of going here is read on.
That the priest shall approach and speak unto the people.
Who are you supposed to get counsel from?
The priest.
Who's supposed to be talking to the army?
The priest.
Who's supposed to be solidifying the move?
The priest.
And backing up the engagement of battle?
The priest.
So did Amaziah talk to the priest before he went and got that 100,000 troops with 100 talents of silver? Obviously not. Because you know what? The Most High had to send a prophet to tell him there's no need to do that. Why are you doing that? The Most High is not with those men. So it's showing you, I'm only bringing it up because that way I brought it up, about how, you know what, a lot of times we don't get counsel when we make moves. And when we do get counsel, we don't follow the counsel. And then the moves fail because we don't follow the counsel. You know why we don't follow the counsel? Because we don't always believe. We don't put our trust in the Most High. So we don't put our trust in the ones that's giving us the counsel. All right? So let that go and read from my Waller. My Waller was in 2 Kings, was the last verse of 14. 14, 26. Somewhere around there.
So chapter 14, right?
Yeah, 2 Kings. 2 Kings, we were on chapter 20, no. Where's the Second Chronicles?
Yeah, kind of 25.
25 at the end.
Come. We was at we stopped at verse 16. Well, we're on to 17 now.
No, read 28.
Okay, come.
25 and 28. Second Chronicles.
Second Chronicles chapter 25 verse 28.
Read that.
And they brought him upon horses and buried him with his fathers in the city of Judah.
So now I know we took a while to kind of go back, because like I said last week we had got off topic a little bit dealing with questions, but just kind of refresh ourselves with the events of Amaziah, so we can fully understand his rise and his fall and where he went wrong. So he made a couple mistakes. He did some good deeds initially, but as he got older and over time, he stopped trusting the Most High. All right, so now we're going to go into the exploits, and that's the topic of the class. The topic of the class is called the exploits of Uzziah. Now we're about to pick up on Uzziah coming after Amaziah. All right?
Come on.
So let's read that. Let's start there, and let's go to 2 Kings chapter 15, verse 1.
Come on. 2 Kings chapter 15 and verse 1. In the 27th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, began Azariah, son of Amaziah, king of Judah, to reign. 16 years old was he when he began to reign.
Man, he came in young, bro. He came in early. Came in at 16 years old. You know, 16, you barely have a little peach fuzz under your chin. You know, you start to get hair in your arms.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your voice start to change. The voice is cracking. You know, you start talking like, huh? Your voice go up and down because you're developing a masculine voice. You know, 16, you're like a sophomore. Like a sophomore in high school. Yes, sir.
Doesn't that show like the caliber of the standard back then? That this is the quality of a 16-year-old back then this time?
Well, you know what's capable. You know he was next in line, so you know they had to bring him up. But it's going to show you. Yes, it's going to show you something though, and I'm glad you said that because what it's going to show you about Uzziah is what gave Uzziah the advantage. I'd rather say that. What gave Uzziah the advantage at such a young age? No, write that question down. What gave Uzziah the advantage at such a young age? And we're going to answer that too. So, because I'm not going to say all men were of that caliber at that age. Yes, sir.
I was going to say like with David. I mean, he had his brothers, so it's the same father that raised them and taught them, but there was something that was different about him.
It was something different about him.
He had an advantage or something that the Most High saw in him.
Right, that the other brothers didn't have. So, but what was it that Uzziah had that was different than other men? What gave Uzziah the advantage? All right, at such an early age. All right, so we're gonna answer that. Read on.
Come. 16 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jeholiah of Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Most High.
So it said, man, he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. So he reigned till he was 52 years old.
We say he reigned
52 years.
Hold on, wait a second, hold on.
Yeah.
It says, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. I got 20 and 9 years.
Yeah, mine says 52 years.
Where you at? You in Chronicles or you in?
We in Second Kings 15.
We're in 2 Kings 15.
15 verse 2.
Yeah. Yours got.
Mine says 2 and 52.
Well, yeah. Historically, yes, I have it written down that he reigned 52 years.
Right.
But on my Bible it says he reigned 20 and 9 years in Jerusalem.
What verse?
In Jerusalem.
Maybe
Yeah.
he was 50.
He was but he was
Yeah.
outside. Remember, he went outside of his land.
Yes, he did. But he went outside of his land. When you read later on, he became a leper, and they had to kick him out. So they had to kick him out. But we're gonna stick with 52 years. You know what I'm saying? Because I've read that several times, and a lot of different commentaries, and the year that he was born, based on the year that he the year that he was established as a king, and how many years he stayed in power. You know, so 52 years. We'll stick with that.
It says that in 2 Chronicles 26:3 also.
It says what?
52 years.
52 years. Yeah, I don't know why mine says that, and I got the King James. It's different. Read on.
Come. And he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Jeholiah of Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Most High, according to all that his father Amaziah had done.
So he was just like his father. Now we know his father was missing something. His father had some weaknesses. His father had some spots. His father had some wrinkles. He had some moments of disbelief. He had some moments where he worshipped other gods and prostrated and laid down to them. So his father made some mistakes, but he was identical to his father. And what that means is he was good. He was a good man, but he wasn't perfect because he didn't remove everything that was wrong with him. Read on.
Verse 4. Save that the high places were not removed.
Same thing. What happened?
Save that the high places were not removed.
Go ahead.
The people sacrificed and burnt incense still on the high places. And the Most High smote the king, so that he was a leper unto the day of his death.
So now, man, it's showing you that the Most High punished him just like Amaziah. Because what? He didn't remove. What is? That's why I said we got to go into these high places, you know, and what these high places represent. Yes, sir.
I'm a little confused. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get up to speed. Are we talking about Uzziah or Azariah?
It's the same person. Let me make that clear. Uzziah is also Azariah.
Wow.
So that way you know if
I'm
you
looking like
let me make that clear.
Like, I don't
Salakia.
see Uzziah in the scriptures. Okay.
He was known as both. He was known as Azariah, but he was also known as Uzziah. So it's the same person. So I'm glad you said that, because I should have made mention of that earlier, knowing that that would come up. So yes, Uzziah is Azariah.
What I got it.
All right. All right. So let's read that.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 15 verse 5. And the Most High smote the king, so that he was a leper unto the day of his death.
So the Most High got him, smote him, and hit him with that leprosy. Now, what is that leprosy?
Distemper.
That's a distemper, and we'll prove that later on when we go into it. We just want to kind of get this. Obviously, just shows you when he came in power, at what age, how long he ruled, what the Most High did, what he did wrong. He served other gods. He didn't tear down the high places. The Most High smote him with leprosy. It kind of just gave you a brief rundown of his history. So we got to go to Chronicles.
That's the same guy.
We got to go back to Chronicles to get the details of Uzziah. All right, we got to get the details of him. Chronicles will give you the details of his actual actions. All right, because Kings is not giving us a thorough, report of his lifestyle.
Right.
All right, read on.
Come. And dwelt in a several house.
So a several house means a separate house. So he wasn't allowed to be in even though he was a king, he wasn't allowed to be in the kingdom. And we're going to read why the Most High had done this to this man. Read.
And Jotham, the king's son, was over the house, judging the people of the land. And the rest of the acts of Azariah.
So the leprosy didn't allow him to do his job anymore, because he had to be cast out. So obviously, what kind of leopard was he?
Unclean.
He was an unclean leopard. Because you have clean leopards and you have unclean leopards. So we're gonna classify that as we get to it in Chronicles. But obviously, he was so unclean in his leprosy that he couldn't do his job anymore. So his son had to take his job and do his job and judge the people. Read.
And the rest of the acts of Azariah and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? So Azariah slept with his fathers, and they buried him with his fathers in the city of David. And Jotham, his son, reigned in his stead.
His father Jotham reigned in his stead. So now, let's go to Chronicles so we can grab all the details and all the meat of his actions and read about his exploits, because it's not going to give it to us in Kings, which is okay. So Kings even referenced us and referred us to go to Chronicles. So let's go to 2 Chronicles. We're going to start at chapter 26, and we're going to read verse 1.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 1. Then all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of his father Amaziah.
Okay, so now it says, then all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of his father Amaziah. So now, Award mentioned this earlier. We'll probably go back and we're going to probably take a break. We might take a break from the Kings during the Shabbat class, and we're going to probably jump into the other prophets and pick up the other prophets. And I'm going to tell you why. For example, let's go to, based on what we just read, let's, my water, where you at?
Right here, sir.
Okay. Let's read Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1 real quick.
You want to read it?
Or you got it. If he's occupied, go ahead and read it.
Say Isaiah 1 and 1?
Yeah, Isaiah chapter 1, verse 1. Let's read that.
Yes, sir. Isaiah chapter 1 and verse 1.
Everybody got it? All right, go ahead.
The vision of Isaiah.
It says, so now the Most High now is talking to who? The Most High now is giving Isaiah a vision. Now, based on let's go ahead and somebody get that door real quick. Now, somebody give me just real quick. Isaiah 1 and 1. Read that one more time.
Yes, sir. Isaiah chapter 1 and verse 1. The vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah.
Read that one more time. So now it's showing you that Isaiah is getting a vision during the time of the leadership of who?
That's awesome, man.
Wow.
During the time of the leadership of those kings.
Yes. So simultaneously, as we're watching Amaziah rule, come, grow up and fall down, we're watching Uzziah come into play. And who else? And Jotham, his son. The Most High is talking to Isaiah during that entire time. The Most High is filling Isaiah with visions. So let's go to Job chapter 33 verse 15. Tawam, let's go ahead and salute you in because they're about to make a transition shortly.
15 on or
Just 15. Well, just 15, 16. All right. Much. Hold on. All right.
Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yasha'Allah,
Tawam Rakab.
Tawam Rakah,
Shal Shabbatah.
Shal Shabbatah,
Malashar.
Ban Ashar,
Man Yashala.
Ban Yasha'Allah.
There you go. Now you got it.
Okay.
Tawam Rakah.
Dawam Rakab. Shal Shabbatah. Banashar. Banashala. Amaju. Barak. Yahweh Hashem Yashabakata.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabaktam.
All right. Yashabi. All right. Let's go ahead and start. We're going to start at Job 33 and 15 real quick. Where'd you leave off at? You left off, Kariah, in
I was in Isaiah 1 and 1.
Isaiah 1 and 1, right? Yeah, that's
And
fine.
now we're in Job 33.
Yeah. And we're going to go back to 2 Kings chapter 15. You got it?
Right.
Job 33 and 15.
Okay. Job chapter 33 and verse 15. In a dream.
So the Most High talks to men. When a man get a vision, the Most High talks to him in a dream or in a what?
Vision.
In a vision
So
of the night.
They said in a vision of the night. Go ahead.
When deep sleep falleth.
Upon men.
Yeah, he's got to turn the page.
Yeah, my page is mistaken. Upon men. In slumbering upon the bed.
It says so. Man, so what the Most High is doing, while Amaziah is in rulership, while Uzziah is in rulership, and while Jotham is in rulership, the Most High has been feeding Isaiah the entire time at night with visions, and he's been writing the visions. He'll fill him with a vision at night. Isaiah will wake up and write it down. So the Most High is prepping Isaiah while these kings rise and fall. So when we look at how the Most High was informing and utilizing the prophets to warn the people and to give them the Most High's judgments, simultaneously as these kings were serving the Most High and backsliding, making mistakes, the Most High knew their judgments. Their judgments were already foretold by the prophets. And so this is why we may have to, on one of the Shabbat classes, take some time to kind of fill in what's going on with those particular prophets, because those prophets are speaking at the same time as these kings that we're reading about are existing and making decisions and making mistakes. So the Most High is filling the prophets in with what's going to befall the children of Israel because of these kings' mistakes, or what their future is going to look like. All right. So this is what the Most High is filling Isaiah with. So let that go and go back to Isaiah 1 and 1 and read that one more time.
Isaiah chapter 1 and verse 1. The vision of Isaiah, the son of Amoz, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz and Hezekiah, kings of Judah.
Read on.
Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth.
So this is what the Most High is filling Isaiah with. What is the Most High telling Isaiah to tell the people? Read.
For the Most High has spoken. I have nourished and brought up children.
He said, man, because when you kind of read the glory of the kings and their actions, you start to see them depreciate and diminish in their allegiance to the Most High. David being the gold standard. We know Solomon was strong for quite a few years, and not long, probably after 30 years old, he started diminishing. And then from his invitation of other gods, erecting temples to other gods, from that point on, it was a decline of all the children of Israel. From that point forward, they started diminishing. So the Most High now is using Isaiah to try to tell the people what's going on. That, hey, listen, y'all slipping. Y'all losing y'all's piety and reverence towards me. Read on.
I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me.
He said, man, listen, I'm the one that I brought y'all up out of Egypt. I've nourished y'all, fed y'all, and y'all steady going against me. You refuse to let these deities go. You refuse to let these idols go. You refuse to let these customs go. You refuse to let your habits go. You keep holding on to your habits, to your customs and your traditions. So you can see now the Most High is getting vexed. He's getting angry. That's why he's sending these prophets to forewarn the children of Israel. It's starting to bother him when you see this succession of decline of worship to the Most High. Read on.
The ox knoweth his owner.
He said the ox knoweth his owner. Read on.
And the ass his master's crib.
Go ahead.
But Israel does not know.
Man, no matter who I send, no matter what king is in place, they just can't seem to get it right. They keep falling by the wayside. Read on. They never come back home to me. Read.
My people doth not consider.
He said, my people don't consider me. What is the Most High begging for?
Consideration.
Consideration, man. Will you consider the Most High more than yourself? Will you put the Most High first? Because every other time that we watching a king make decisions, those decisions are not based upon putting the Most High first. They pray to another God. Yes, sir.
It's funny because out in the world, you think when you're getting all this knowledge of different cultures, different beliefs, and you start to acquire that, you start to say to yourself, well, I'm just considering what they believe in. Well, I'm just considering what these people believe in. Oh, I'm adapting just a little bit, but I'm just considering them. You have to be universal thought. And really what the scriptures what revealing to me right now is considering, the Lord just wants your consideration. He don't want you to consider everything else.
Right.
We downplay the consideration definition of consideration. We downplay it.
Right.
We just take it into the small thought. This is small.
You know what? We take that consideration as being respect. Well, you got to respect everybody's beliefs.
Right.
Everybody's not going to believe what you believe, because everybody doesn't believe that a man should not lay down with another man, that a woman should not lay down with another woman. So, because I don't believe you and I don't believe the Bible, you can't tell me what to believe, and so you should respect my decision. That if I'm a man and I want to be with another man, you should respect that. I'm a woman, I want to be with another woman, you should respect that. They think that to be consideration.
Right.
When the Most High gave us laws, statutes, and commandments of what's appropriate and inappropriate, they already exist. But what people want is people that violate the customs of the Most High and the laws of the Most High. They want to be considered, so to speak, or respected, so to speak, in their profane behavior. They want their profane behavior to be respected. God loves everybody. Then they'll be profane and try to use a Bible verse against you. Well, God loves everybody. Well, in the scripture, doesn't it say, thou shalt not judge? You're judging me. So they'll be profane in their behavior, but they'll turn around and try to use the Bible against you when the Most High said, listen, man, you're supposed to be considering me and what I stand for. And what the Most High stands for is not about, drug use, sorcery. The Most High don't stand for homosexuality. That's all the Most High is saying. Consider me and what I stand for, what I'm about. But people, because everybody wants to be respected, even when they're negative, you're not supposed to say anything against what I believe. You got to let me believe what I want to believe. Well, you know what? If you're a child of the Most High, that's why the Most High brought the prophets on board anyway. Is to forewarn the people that you're provoking me to anger. You're provoking me to wrath. All we are is messengers. We're just watchmen. When somebody's in violation of getting destroyed by the Most High, the best we can do is sound the trumpet and give them a warning. Hey, brother, I wouldn't do that, brother. That's not wisdom. What the hell are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. That's all we can do. What were the kings doing to the prophets that told them, hey, listen, the Most High is not with you because of what you're believing in?
Kill them.
Put them in prison, put them to death, or silence them, or threaten them. Because I don't like what you're telling me. Even though I know what you're telling me is right. But I don't like what you're telling me. It doesn't agree with my beliefs. So because it doesn't agree with my beliefs, you need to be quiet. You need to take your religion and go somewhere else. So all the Most High is saying, listen, make me priority. Make my way of doing things priority. You had a question?
One of the definitions of consider is to make equivalent to. To take something and make it in equal standing with something else.
Mm-hmm. You know why? Because we don't look at the Most High standard as being what we want to do. It doesn't match. It doesn't match our desires.
Right.
And that's why the Most High is not priority. Because we got our own personal desires, and we want to fulfill those desires. How can no man can serve two masters? They say he will love the one or hate the other, or he'll despise the one and cleave to the other. So nobody can be in the middle. You can't have it both ways. We always talked about it last week.
Yeah.
You can't. People want it both ways. I want to do what I want to do, and I still want the Most High to consider me and respect me
Doesn't happen that
and
way.
bless me. But I don't want to give up what I believe in or what I'm doing.
My desires.
On my desires. Yes, sir.
Is that right? Why when he talks to the prophets and things, most of the times they're asleep because he don't want their flesh to get in the way?
Or you don't want their opinion to get in the way.
An opinion.
Right. You don't want their opinion to get in the way. Why don't you do what I'm putting you to sleep because I'm filling you with what I want you to know. I don't need your questions. I don't need you asking me questions.
Your logic.
Why should I do that, Lord?
Exactly.
Man, go to sleep, and then when you wake up, write this down what I'm giving you.
But the only one he really talked to was like Moses and
The one he talked to face and not in a vision or a dream was Moses. And we know that from Numbers chapter 12. That's the only one that the Most High said, listen, man, to Moses I speak face to face. He's not like other men. And that's why he hit Miriam with the leprosy. Pow! Struck her with the leprosy. Because she was opening her mouth against Moses.
Oh.
Because she didn't like the choice of women Moses enjoyed. So anyway, enjoy it, Moses. Do your thing, Moses. Enjoy.
Do your thing.
Nobody talking. Listen, man. You don't have that relationship. Moses, you don't have the relationship. That's what he was showing Miriam and Aaron. You don't have the type of relationship I have with Moses.
Right.
So you better watch your mouth. Go ahead and take that skin disease with you.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Beat it.
Get out of here.
Oh, you've been hit by.
Hit by the Most High.
Hit by the Most High, man. You know what I'm saying? Most High stung her. You watch your mouth.
God don't mess around.
Because you know what? You don't understand how the Most High is dealing with certain men. But all the Most High wants you to he just wants you to consider him, and he's begging for that. He's been begging for his consideration. Read on.
Isaiah chapter 1 verse 4. A sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity.
Man, he said laden means they're completely covered, man, engrossed with iniquity. Read on.
A seed of evildoers.
He said they're a seed of evildoers. The Most High has given Isaiah this vision while Amaziah, Hezekiah, Zechariah, Uzziah, and Jotham is kings. Read on.
Children that are corrupters.
He said children that are what?
Corrupters.
Damn. Read on.
They have forsaken the Most High.
They have what?
They have forsaken the Most High.
They want what they want no matter what. They corrupt righteousness, and they corrupt judgment, and they corrupt truth. They want to do what they want to do. And that's the sickness of our people. We want to follow out and live out our own pleasures and desires, not considering what the Most High considers right or just. Read on.
They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger.
And that's the purpose of a watchman. That's the purpose of a prophet. I gotta let you know that you're angering the Most High and you're in violation to about to have the Most High come against you and destroy you. You're walking on eggshells. You're about to get touched by the Father. Our job is nothing more than just to warn people that you're in danger. Your behavior, your attitude, your speech, your treatment of other people, your character, your personality, you're about to, or your choices, you're about to be in violation of the Father. You can't say, nobody can say, nobody told me. That's not fair. The Most High is not fair. Because yes, we'll blame it on the Most High. It's not fair because he didn't tell me. Yes, he did. You didn't listen. He did tell you. He did warn you. And he sent people to warn you. But what we do is we never mind and we shun the voices that the Most High has as spokesmen. We shun those voices. Ah, man, you tripping.
For our own way.
So we can execute our own pleasure. You're extreme. You're being extreme. And then when that person goes and finds out that the Most High is not with them, then they humble down. Yes, sir.
And those kings that, well, let's see right here, Isaiah's talking about the nation, the whole nation as a whole.
Yes.
But he gave him visions of the kings because the kings, I guess at the time, the whole nation followed what the kings did.
Absolutely.
They were the example.
Exactly. Because the kings set up and erected the temples. As the king is, so is who?
So is his people.
So is his people. So is his officers. So it's showing you that if the king represents the head, so the head, what the head institutes or sets up, the people have to obey. So now if I'm a king setting up idols and I'm requiring worship of these idols, you better follow. But the people are like sheep. They just follow what they're shown. They follow what they're told. Easily influenced. So, finish that.
They are gone away backward.
He said they're what?
They have gone away backward.
So each and every one of these kings is getting worse and worse. There's only a few that stood out. Uzziah, initially, Josiah, Hezekiah. It was only a few. It was only a few out of all these kings. Out of the northern kingdom of Israel, none of them were good. They had only two of them had like a 50-50. So somewhat good, but mostly evil in the end. And that was Jehu. Jehu started off right.
It seems like all the evil come out of the north.
No, man, but you know what? I'll say this. It did because they were the first ones to break away. During Jeroboam's time, Jeroboam was the forerunner of pulling Israel away from Jerusalem and worshiping idols. Remember, he built those 2 golden calves in Dan and Beersheba. So it was Jeroboam that also instituted some fake Levites in the priest office.
That's not good.
So so when you look at who was the spearhead of the northern kingdom and caused them to detract from the Most High, it was Jeroboam. He started them off on the wrong foot. But that was prophesied because of Solomon's mistakes. Solomon caused the split of the kingdom. And then they got to a point after about Jehoshaphat. Jehoshaphat was good, but Jehoshaphat started intermingling with who?
The Northern Kingdom.
The Northern Kingdom.
He wanted to blend in for little business deals, little hookups and connections.
Him and Ahab. Jehoshaphat wanted to do business with Ahab. Ahab had a wife that was doing what? Serving idols, requiring sacrifice. And then the daughter that he gave his intermarried son with the daughter Athaliah of Jezebel. Then she started instituting and brought that wickedness to the southern kingdom. So then they started swapping sin, swapping idolatry. From that point forward,
You got infected.
Got contaminated. So he said, man, these people, our people go what? He said they go backwards.
It goes back to the high places.
Yeah.
I want to deviate. I'm serving the Lord. I'm sacrificing the Most High in the mountains. Okay, it's the Most High. Then 2 months later, what is this?
Yeah.
Where you get this?
This ain't the Most High. I know, but it's I like it. It's what I like.
It's a token.
The king's no different. Most High, help me win this war. Help me win this battle.
Yep.
There's some gods here. Well, I like. It's the I me syndrome, bro. And then we look up, and the Most High is against us. Or the nations, or our people are collapsing. People are suffering behind our decisions.
Yep. Facts.
Wasn't that reign of evil seed?
Well, we just pass down negative. Most people just do what their parents do. Subconsciously, a lot of us become our parents.
Yeah.
So even subconsciously.
It starts early at that.
It starts early. It says, train up a child in the way he shall go. And when he is old, he shall not depart. A lot of people are just reflections of their parents. I do the things that I see my parents do, and I might take it to another level. But a lot of the disciplines, a lot of the operations, the speech, the attitude, even the sayings, the things you say, the things you quote, you say quotes that your parents gave you.
Yeah.
You end up whooping your kids the same way you got whooped.
It's so funny is like you would think you didn't pay attention, but they look up, they be popping your head out of nowhere, and you remember. Oh, my grandma said, "Don't mess with trash. Trash get in your eye." I remember once I having some problems. I'm like, "What's she talking about, man? Trash get in your eye? What are you talking about?" Years later, I'm like, "Oh, don't mess with trash. They come out of nowhere. Trash get in your eye." I'm like, I know, and now I know what it means. Like, go down, lay down with dogs, wake up with fleas. All kind of things. They say these sayings. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh,
You don't know until you're at the clinic.
Exactly. Fleas. Fleas is right there.
That's what she was talking about.
Them fleas is right there.
Yeah.
That's funny.
You try to get a flea bath.
Yeah.
Doctor, I need a flea bath.
Please.
I need some shampoo.
I need that same dog shampoo.
And they see him coming down the line, still the street. You back, man? Like, yeah.
Yeah, man,
I went back.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, that's funny, man.
But it just shows where we're at, man. It shows where we're at. Like what you're saying. You're saying those parental, I guess, you could call vibrations, the parental examples, good and bad, and the character issues leak in over time.
Right.
And it's our job, like the scripture says, to put down the gods of our fathers.
Right.
Or the stubbornness of our parents.
It's true.
So long you can say it's my daddy's fault, or my mommy's fault, or my grandma's fault, or my grandpa's fault. He's the reason why I'm drinking like this. Okay, well, you have a child now. You're fit to have children now. How long can you say, "Hey, son, I'm drinking because grandpa did"? You can't say it to your child.
Yeah.
I wouldn't beat you if it was my grandpa beat me. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, we have to make intelligent decisions on our own. This is the reason why we have that foundation, like going back to the beginning of class. We're supposed to get that biblical foundation. But if I make that rock sand, I'm surface or I'm movable, or I don't really take the time to really invest in my foundation, then I'm going to get moved by every wind of doctrine. I'm going to be that child, the immature mentality.
Perfectly said, man. Now, let's go back. Let's leave Isaiah. Now let's go back to and pick up 2 Chronicles chapter 26. And because, like I said, 2 Kings didn't give us all the details of the reign of Uzziah. So let's go to 2 Kings. Let's go back to 2 Kings chapter 26, start at verse 1. 2 Chronicles chapter 26, verse 1.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 1. Then all the people of Judah took Uzziah who was 16 years old.
He said that then all the people took who?
Uzziah.
Uzziah, or also his name was what? Azariah, right?
Okay.
Same person. Uzziah, Azariah, same person. Read.
Who was 16 years old, and made him king in the room of his father Amaziah.
Go ahead.
He built a law.
He built Eloth, right? He built Eloth. Now, there's significance to this Eloth. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 2, and I want you to get verse 8.
Deuteronomy chapter 2 and verse 8.
Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 2 and verse 8. And when we passed by from our brethren, the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, through the way of the plain from Elah.
Now keep in mind, this is during the journey of the children of Israel, when they were wandering with Moses. It says, and when we passed by from our brethren, the children of Esau, read.
Which dwelt in Seir.
He says they dwelt in Mount Seir. Read on.
Through the way of the plain of Elah.
It says through the way of the plain of what?
From Elah.
Eloth is in where? Who inhabited Eloth? Edom. This was the Edomite territory. Edomites initially inhabited Eloth. All right? Edomites had Eloth. Now, read on.
And from Ezion-Geber we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab.
Because remember, on the map, you got Edom and Moab right next to each other. So it's in the south. So initially, the children of Israel, they had already journeyed that way before, but that area belonged to who? It belonged to Edom. That was the Edomite territory. So when we read in 2 Chronicles 26, verse 2, read that again.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 2. He built Eloth and restored it to Judah.
Now he said he built Eloth and restored it to who?
To Judah.
Why did he give it back to Judah? Why did Amaziah give Eloth back to Judah? Go to 2 Samuel chapter 8 verse 14. Because initially it belonged to who? Initially it belonged to Edom. But let's get 2 Samuel chapter 8 verse 14.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 14. And he put garrisons in Edom.
Now read verse 13.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 13. And David gat him a name when he returned from smiting of the Assyrians, of the Syrians.
The Syrians, not the Assyrians, but the Syrians. It says David got him a name. It says when he returned from the smiting of the Syrians. Go ahead.
In the valley of Salt.
Read on.
Being 18,000 men.
Read on.
And he put garrisons in Edom.
And he put garrisons. Garrisons are like forts. You know, these are forts. And forts are small military institutions that are guarded, that are walled and guarded. Like we're here in San Antonio, the Alamo was a garrison. The Alamo was a fort. And the Alamo was patrolled by military troops for the protection of white settlers that eventually took over Texas. So see what happened for those that don't know, the Battle of the Alamo, Mexico wanted San Antonio and Texas back. And that deciding battle for Texas was fought right here in San Antonio. So when you go down to the Alamo, and you go look at all the pictures, and they show you how wide and how walled the perimeter of the Alamo was. It took up the majority of that central area of downtown, and they had cannons on every corner.
What was it, conquistadors versus?
No, it wasn't conquistadors, so to speak. It was the Spanish army that was trying to take Texas back. The Mexican Santa Anna, they wanted Texas back.
But what was the, I guess,
Issachar wanted it back from Daniel Boone.
Oh, it was actually
David Crockett.
David Crockett, all the guys they always tell the movie about.
Okay.
Those guys were the heroes of Texas. These guys were, you had Stephen F. Austin. You had a coagulant of different Edomites that were sitting here trying to claim this land, take this land, to the territory. And then, he brought the Issachar army to there to go ahead and take the land back. And I believe they won the battle.
No, they lost. The Alamo, they lost.
They lost.
That's why it's called 13 Days of Glory.
No, I'm talking about the Edomites lost the battle.
Yeah, the Edomites lost the battle.
Issachar won. Issachar won the battle. But the issue was they called it the Yellow Rose of Texas. It was a mulatto that slept with Santa Anna before a battle. And when he dealt with this female, he wasn't in the same mindset and spirit. And I think in the battle of San Jacinto, I could be, but this is from.
Yeah, the battle of Seguin.
Okay, Seguin.
So what happened was they called General Sam Houston to give him aid, but he got here too late. That's why they call it 13 Days of Glory, because they fought him off. They fought the Mexican army off for about 13 days, and eventually there was one Judite in there too, by the way.
It's always one Judite.
Always one Judite in there.
What am I doing here?
Yeah. so they repelled them for about 13 days, and then eventually the Mexican army scaled the wall and ended up slowing them all, burning their bodies up, and saved that one woman that Santa Anna was dealing with. And then that's by the time they got to Seguin, a lot of the troops that was wounded in the Mexican army, they threw them in the river right in Seguin. And that's why to this day you can find Mexican army uniforms floating around the banks or submerged around the banks in Seguin.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? They got buttons and uniforms because they couldn't do nothing with their bodies, so they just threw their bodies in the river and let them float down the river. And so then that's when Sam Houston came and eventually defeated the Mexican army. And so kind of and revenged all the death of the Alamo and took it back. So that was a garrison. That's a fort. You read about this often. Even the oldest city in Texas is Natchitoches or Nacogdoches. That was also a Mexican town. That some settlers repelled the Mexican army and took that, and that was the first established city in Texas. But that was ran and operated by Mexican soldiers. So they eventually wiped them out. So this is what David did to Eloth. This place belonged to that was a territory of Edom. David took it from Edom and he put his own soldiers in Eloth, and it became a territory of Judah. So read that again in 2 Samuel chapter 8 verse 14.
2 Samuel chapter 8 and verse 14. And he put garrisons in Edom. Throughout all Edom put he garrisons, and all they of Edom.
He put these posts, these military posts, all throughout Edom. He put little military bases so that Edom couldn't become dominant again. Read on.
And all they of Edom became David's servants.
And so it shows you what? David ran Edom. He conquered Edom, and they became his what? Servants. They became his servants. He dominated Edom in Eloth and by Ezion-Geber. Read on.
And the Most High preserved David whithersoever he went.
And so the Most High was with David. David had that heart, man. He had the right heart with the Most High. So now when we go back to 2 Chronicles 26 verse 2, now we understand this. Read.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 2. He built Eloth and restored it to Judah.
And so now we know why Uzziah built Eloth and restored it to Judah. Why is that? Because it belonged to Judah when David took it over.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, David was Judah.
Yeah. So now we understand why he built that back up and gave it back to David. Back to the children of Judah. All right. Read on.
After that the king slept with his fathers. 16 years old was Uzziah when he began to reign. And he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem.
So we're going to stick to that 52 years. Read on.
His mother's name also was Jesaliah of Jerusalem. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Most High, according to all that his father Amaziah did. And he sought the Most High in the days of Zechariah.
Now, stop. The question I told y'all to write down was what?
What gave Uzziah the advantage?
What gave Uzziah the what?
The advantage at such an early age.
At such an early age. What gave Uzziah the advantage at such an early age? He did what?
Sought the Most High.
Read that again. Break that down, Dawiyah. Read it again.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 5. And he sought the Most High in the days of Zechariah.
So he sought the Most High in the days of Zechariah. And he was how old?
At that time,
16. So in his youth, because he sought the Most High is with him. If you call for the Most High is going to be there. If you seek the Most High's face, he's going to be there for you. If you seek him. But when you seek another power, enter into another power, exit the Most High, the true power. When I seek the true power, the Most High is going to give me blessings and rewards based on my diligence, based on my efforts, based on my works, and based on my ability to be linear with his will. But if I don't seek the Most High, that means I'm seeking another power.
Right.
To not seek the Most High means you're seeking another God. But in his youth, through fear and through inexperience, it made sense. Through the environment, his inexperience, and the positive influences around him, what he do? I might as well seek the Most High. I might as well commit myself to the Father. But when he got old enough to smell himself, to feel himself, to pick his own friendships, to pick his own inner circle, to create his own ideology, his own mentality, his own opinions, his own feels, his own thoughts, his own perspective, then you saw what was in his heart. His initial phase didn't reveal his heart. It just revealed the fact that he was raised the correct way. But then comes a point you can be raised Hebrew all day, you can be raised biblical all day. You can have two parents. You can have, at least a 45 to 50% quality situation in your home. But eventually you got to become a man or a quote grown woman and make your decisions. And the questions are: my decisions based on my foundation, or are they based on my new perspective, my new ideology, or what I think? Read that point again.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 5.
Mm-hmm.
And he sought the Most High in the days of Zechariah.
So in the days of Zechariah, because this is the influence of the time, I am with the Most High based on the time period. But if it becomes unpopular, or if the time changes, do I maintain the same ability to be consistent with the Father? Am I with the Most High because the time says this is a good time to the Most High? Because the time dictates it. Read on.
Who had understanding in the visions of the Most High.
So he had a good teacher, a man who had understanding in the visions of the Most High. So he was being biblically fed.
Yeah, he was under Uzziah's wing. Zechariah's wing.
He was getting fed. But there's a point. Are you going to feed yourself from the same exact branch you were fed from? Or if that man perishes, goes out the way, or that man ages, or that man dies, that man deviates, do you change because you're no longer being quote unquote fed? When do you take your spiritual development seriously for yourself and make it your belief versus another man's belief? I believe because you believe. I honestly believe because I believe. I believe because Zechariah believes. That's called riding spirit, riding person's spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's dangerous. When you're riding this person's spirit, it's good for youth. But eventually, going back to the initial scripture at the beginning of the class, you got to make that initial spirit riding and those experiences and examples your own particular foundation. It has to be yours. It has to be your belief. It can't be Zechariah's belief anymore. But his initial advantage was good tutelage. But we're seeing the disconnect. Where is the disconnect? The tutelage did not become his. Israel followed Moses for a period of time, but the tutelage did not become theirs.
He did it because that's what he thought was right at the time.
Exactly. Judas Iscariot. He had Christ right in front of him. He had 11 other brothers that were sharp in the book with him. But I think, I feel, I syndrome. What I think, what I want, what I feel, my opinion, my perspective. And you're going to eventually find a God or an agenda to match your opinion. That's nature. So what happened? Even though I'm seeing miracles, even though I'm watching 5,000 people get fed, even though I'm sitting here watching Christ give sight to the blind, It proves you can see all the miracles in the world. Sight to the blind, fish multiplied, people brought back from the dead. But when it comes down to your personal opinion, do you truly believe your tutelage? Do you truly believe the scriptures? Do you truly believe what you're being taught? Even though you saw miracles.
Yep.
Like Judas, he saw miracles. Israel in the wilderness, they saw what?
Miracles.
They saw the Red Sea split. Right? They fought giants.
Bitter water turned sweet.
Bitter waters turned sweet. Water out the rock.
Manna come from the sky.
They saw every day. They saw bread from heaven, and they ate bread from heaven. But then, it's all good. The environment's cool. But then there's me, I feel, what I think. When a man converts to his opinion, what he sees internally, when a man goes from the Most High's vision to his own vision, he has to find God to back him up. He has to find an external force to validate him. So you can just pick hundreds of different gods. There's 360 gods in certain lands. There's a God for every day of the week, for certain lands, for every day of the year for certain lands. Yep. You could have picked. I want to go shopping and find the God that makes me feel good. I have to discover myself. The heart of the fool seeketh to what? Discover itself. I want to discover and pontificate about the things that make me feel good. I want to discover myself. I know I was raised this way, but I want to experiment.
Yeah.
And that experimental phase, what does it bring about?
I want to see what life has to offer me.
Yeah, I want to see what life has to offer me. I know my parents did A, B, and C, and this is what they believe, and this is the way. I know is why I know scripturally. But I want to, I feel what I think. So when you convert from the Most High's vision, even though Zechariah teaching, and he's thorough in the understanding, and the classes are on point, and the information is on point, or if you see physical miracles, you see fish, you see bread, you're eating bread from heaven, you're watching the sea split, what do you choose? You choose you or the Most High? Do you dispose yourself or do you live in sacrifice to the Heavenly Father? It's that choice that determines your gods. And we're seeing the same initial issue with the brother Uzziah.
And what we're seeing is that you said it a minute ago, how I'm depending on another man to be strong. And that's okay. But there's going to come a time when you don't have that other man there. And you got to be strong for yourself. And you got to make right decisions for yourself. When it's not when people are around that's the issue. That's not not the problem. The problem is when ain't nobody around. That's when the Most High is able to see and determine where you are. Matter of fact, read that real quick. Ecclesiastes 23, verse 18 and 19.
Ecclesiastes chapter 23, verse 18 and 19.
Read that.
A man that breaketh wedlock.
So a wedlock is a union. It's a union or a fellowship. So it's a marriage. So a marriage is when you're united with somebody. When you're in union, you're in unity with somebody. He said a man that breaketh wedlock, in particular, a man that will deceive another man by either dealing with another man's woman or somebody that will break the relationship with the father. It's either or. It's the same thing. So this is the man that will break the unity that I'm supposed to have with the father. He's going to show you the thought process of this man that's willing to break his matrimony with the father. Read on.
Saying thus in his heart, who seeth me?
He said that's the first thing this man says in his mind is what?
Who seeth me?
Nobody's around me. Ain't nobody with me. There's nobody next to me. Nobody's policing me. Nobody's governing me. Nobody's here to stop me. Who's going to stop me? Who's going to tell me no when I want to do something? Or I want something for me and I want to execute at my pleasure? Who's going to tell me no? See, That's the most dangerous time, is when nobody is there to tell you no, or nobody's there to tell you stop. That's when you're able to see the mind of people, is when they're solo. That begins to reveal their real thought process, their real consciousness, or their real fear of the Lord. It was when nobody's around. They say, what? Who seeth me? Read on.
I am compassed about with darkness.
Man, I got darkness wrapped on every side, man. That means I can get away with this. Nobody can convict me to make me feel guilty, because nobody see me. Nobody can accuse me of any wrongdoing. It's not wrong if nobody see me.
There's no witnesses.
There's no witnesses. Read on.
The walls cover me.
Read.
And nobody seeth me.
And nobody seeth me. Read on.
What need I to fear?
Why do I have to fear? What do I got to be afraid of? I can do what I want to do. That's why when you're alone, is the greatest test of obedience to the Heavenly Father. Read on.
The Most High will not remember my sins.
Man, the Most High not watching me. Why do I conclude that the Most High is not watching me? Because people aren't around me. I think that as long as people are around me, the Most High is watching me. When there's no evidence, there's no witnesses, when there's no body, then that means the Most High leaves also. That's not true. That's not true. Just because nobody is next to you, that doesn't mean the Most High stops watching you. You're going to find out that that's not true. Read on.
Such a man only feareth the eyes of men.
That's why it says such a man only feareth who?
The eyes of men.
Man, you only on point when men are around. That's why it's not, you don't have to worry about somebody being on point when brothers are around, sisters are around. That's not a foretelling sign of their belief. The time that you know somebody's true and know somebody's authentic and sincere about change is when they're alone. Read on.
And knoweth not that the eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun.
Don't you know the Most High can see through everything? Read on.
Beholding all the ways of men.
It says, beholding what?
All the ways of men.
So when no man is watching, who's still watching you?
The Most High.
Most High still watching you. Read on.
And considering.
And he's considering what?
The most secret parts.
So the Most High is really watching you when what? When you're by yourself. That's when the Most High knows that you, being that we're men pleasers, we'll sort of be on point when there's brothers around or sisters around, because we're man pleasers. Because we know that they're watching us. We know that somebody's gonna tell me no, and what the hell are you doing? And I don't want to be checked. Because you know you're around brothers that you know you're doing something wrong. You know they're gonna check the hell out you, and it's gonna get contentious. But you know what the Most High want to see? What do you do when you're by yourself? That's when the Most High is like, let me zoom in. Let me zoom in the camera on this individual. Let me go ahead and hit 25x on the camera. Let me pull that camera lens in. Let me really check this person out, because I really want to see where their heart is at. The Most High is really testing you more when you're by yourself, because he knows you're a man pleaser. Because he knows you fear man. So the Most High will wait till there's no man around you and then watch you closer. Then he can see, are you really committed? Read on.
Verse 20.
No, that's it. Let it go. So this is what, and this is why I want to bring this up. Read this, Dawiyat. No, this is a Bible knowledge commentary. Read this point right here. Hold on. Page turn on. Get this right here. Read hold on. Right here. Right here in support.
Okay, cool. BKC, Bible Knowledge Commentary, page 639. In support of this reconstruction.
Matter of fact, we know that Uzziah started rebuilding. He rebuilt Eloth, gave it back to Judah. So he started rebuilding the temple. He started this journey of rebuilding the palaces. in the holy places. Read on.
It says, is the fact that Uzziah received religious instruction from Zechariah.
He says he received what?
Religious instruction from Zechariah.
He received religious instruction from Zechariah. So this is what gave Uzziah the advantage even at a young age, because he had a religious tutor and a religious leader right next to him, feeding him with the right to make the right decisions. He had the right counsel right next to him. He had a man of wisdom right next to him, making sure that he stayed on the right path, helping him pick his decision making, monitoring his development and his choices. He said he was receiving religious instruction. Read on.
Zechariah, however, was stoned to death by some Judeans before the death of Amaziah's predecessor, Joash.
So now we know he wasn't there for long. He got stoned to death. So Zechariah wasn't there for a long time. Now read this right here. Hold on. Read this right here. Read right here. So now
that Zechariah was gone, Uzziah's heart was lifted up.
It said his what?
His heart was lifted up.
Who kept him humble?
Zechariah.
Zechariah kept him humble.
His religious tutor.
His religious instructor kept him humble. He kept his mind in the right place. Kept him in check. Read.
In pride, and he trespassed against
Jehovah.
Jehovah.
Yep.
In the great kingdoms. Okay.
So that's it. So it showed what? That this man was only on point when what?
When Zechariah was there.
When his religious forefather, his religious father was there. But as soon as Zechariah died, then you were able to see the real mind of Uzziah.
Chapter 1. Uzziah, he didn't take the high places, right?
He didn't take down the high places.
I was looking up the word high place, and in one of the dictionaries it said elevation. So his heart was lifted up. He elevated. He was hit. The high places were symbolic of his heart being lifted up. It was symbolic of his pride, which I brought up earlier in class.
I like that. Read on. I like what you're saying. We're gonna prove that too. We're gonna prove that too. What Dawiyah said. Matter of fact, read on. We're gonna prove what Dawiyah said. Read on.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 5. And he sought the Most High in the days of Zechariah.
And when the Zechariah was around, the Most High was around.
Come.
Read.
Who had understanding in the visions of the Most High. And as long as he sought the Most High made him to prosper.
He said, as long as he sought the Most High, the Most High made Uzziah what?
To prosper.
So when did he have the advantage? When he sought the Most High. Everything he did, everything he touched, the Most High blessed it. And that's why he became very industrious as a man in his that's why the class is called the exploits of Uzziah, because he started gaining the advantage and everything he touched got blessed. Everything he began to build was a success. But it was only a success for when?
When he was searching the Most High.
When he was looking for the Most High's approval. Let me make sure the Most High co-signs my ideas. Let me make sure the Most High co-signs my actions. Let me make sure I sacrifice, get the understanding and the vision from Zechariah to make sure the Most High is approving my behavior. And as long as you got that, you good. That's a great lesson to pick up from this reading. You'll be successful as long as you put your mind where? That's what the Most High told Joshua. Go to Joshua chapter 1 verse 8.
Joshua chapter 1 and verse 8. Or verse 9.
Verse 8.
Joshua chapter 1 and verse 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth.
So the Most High was telling Joshua, you don't let my commandments and these laws leave your mind, out of your mouth. You continually speak these commandments. Read on.
But thou shalt meditate therein.
He says, where should your mind be?
But thou shalt meditate therein.
Where should your mind be?
Meditation.
Meditation on what?
Word.
On his word, man. That's where everybody's mind should be. When your mind starts to get detracted and starts to go other places, you start to lose focus and sight on what's important. Read.
Day and night.
How often?
Therein, day and night.
Go ahead.
That thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success.
It says, then you get what?
It said, then you'll have good success.
Then you'll have good success. Let me read this right here. No, read on. Let that go. Let that go. So this is what benefit. This was the benefit to Uzziah, was the fact that he kept his mind on the Most High, and the Most High guaranteed him success as long as you keep your mind here, isolated, focused on me, and I'll keep blessing your hands. That's something that we need to take from this. When I start doing my thing and I start doing what I want to do, you're setting yourself up for failure. There's no guarantee that what you're gonna do is gonna work. The Most High is not co-signing your behavior. The Most High co-signs your behavior when your mind is on Him. Then He starts blessing your action. Let's go back. Read that.
Verse 6.
Yes.
2 Chronicles chapter 6 and verse 6. And he went forth and warred against the Philistines, and brake down the wall of Gath, and the wall of Jabneh, and the wall of Ashdod, and built cities about Ashdod, and among the Philistines. And the Most High helped him against the Philistines.
And the Most High did what?
Helped him against the Philistines.
So the Most High gave him assistance against these giants. Man, the Philistines were giants. They were no small army. They were giants, and they were well trained for years in battle. Read on. In war.
And against the Arabians that dwelt in Gurbal.
And you know how Ishmael worked. Ishmael blow themselves up just to blow you up.
They ain't playing, huh?
Wow. You know how Ishmael will kamikaze themselves all day. They'll just to take you out, Allah Akbar, and then blow everything up. You know how extreme Ishmael is.
It's a wild man.
A wild man. So he said, man, the Most High helped them against it. That's a hard. We're in Afghanistan. We left without a victory. We just pulled out of Afghanistan last year with no victory. Years of being in Afghanistan with no victory. You know what? He be in them caves. He be in them caves heavy, bro.
Night and day, huh?
Yeah, be in them caves. You can't find about it. Ishmael get in them caves. He got channels. He got tunnels. He got thousands of miles of caves. He got a whole cave system underground. Ishmael's hard. He's a hard opponent, bro.
He will not be conquered, bro.
He can't mess with Ishmael.
He ain't gonna be conquered.
Wild man.
He's a wild man. He's extreme, and he'll take it to another level. So you need you need the Most High to help you when you fighting giants and you fighting Ishmael.
Yeah, you gotta have
the Most High on your side, man. Or you gonna do a withdrawal. You gonna pull out. You gonna pull out, man. You gonna pull out and be like, man, it's too many lives are being lost. too much weapons and money is going to this, and we're not getting no advantage.
Yeah, because it's not even really.
So Ishmael is not part. They're not Israelite.
No,
no, sir.
Okay,
they're Shemitic. They're Shemitic, but they're not Israel. They're not Israel.
Okay.
Even though we share the same father, Abraham. They're Abraham's firstborn.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why they follow. That's why they know they're Abraham's first. That's why they follow Abraham. They follow the first 5 books. That's why they pray. That's why they basically their whole Quran is based off the tenets of the scriptures. It's based off the Torah. It's a plagiarized version of the Torah. But they know that they're the children of Abraham because they are Abraham's firstborn.
But
they're not the chosen. We know this from Romans chapter 9. Read that real quick, just since you asked the question.
17.
Go to Romans chapter 9. Start at verse 7.
Romans chapter 9 and verse 7. Neither because they are the seed of Abraham.
And that's why it says, and this is why Ishmael hates. Anytime you talk to Muslims, they hate Paul, man. They hate Paul. They say Paul was the start. He was the one that started Christianity, and they don't like Paul. And I see why they don't like Paul, because Paul's pointing them out.
Brought them to a nexus.
Yeah,
So they don't like him.
Paul is explaining. Yeah, you may be Abraham's children, but that don't mean nothing. They don't like Paul. You'll say it because he says neither what?
Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children.
Just because you were born of Abraham's seed doesn't mean you're a child of the Most High. You're not classified in the Bible as a child of God just because you come from Abraham's seed. The Most High has always dealt with a select group within a man's posterity, within a man's lineage. And he said, through Isaac shall the seed be called. Right? Read that.
But in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
Exactly. So the Most High made it exclusive. Yeah, I recognize and I blessed Ishmael. Think about it, bro. When you go to Abu Dhabi and you go to Jeddah and you go to Persian Gulf and you go to Oman or you go to United Arab Emirates where they got man-made floating islands, where they got an island that replicates Disneyland. They got an island that replicates everything that you want that you can get out of United States. They've doubled that in Saudi Arabia. They got malls that blow the best malls that we got out the water. They got cars that they just drive without changing oil and just burn them out and leave them in the desert. They leave their Ferraris in the desert, covered in sand, because they don't want to change the oil.
Wow.
They leave their Bentleys.
And they make the oil.
They make oil. They don't want to change. They don't want to change the oil. And you'll see a lot of just dusted up supercars. Bugattis just left on the side of the road. Because you know what? Money, their wealth is so exponential. The Most High has truly blessed Ishmael. But you know what he didn't bless them with? They're not the children of God according to his covenant. He didn't make a contract with them. He blessed them, but he didn't make a contract with them that he says that you're going to forever, I'm going to be your God and you're going to be my people. That was exclusive to who? Isaac. So don't get me wrong, they got blessed. They sitting on tons of oil, wealth, riches. They don't even quantify their money because you can't really quantify it. They don't report their money like Bill Gates, you know, he's worth so much billion. They don't report their income. Them sheiks, it was one sheik I read about. He had a palace where the wall stretched 60 miles. That's from San Antonio to Austin.
Come on, man.
That's how long his wall was that encompassed his palace. They take 747 jets and they bring them over here in America and they get contracts at these airports and they gut them out and they make flying palaces. They take 747s and they put spas, jacuzzis, inlaid. Matter of fact, I knew a guy he was a mechanic. He was an aircraft mechanic. They have guards that are on guard 24 hours a day watching the planes get built because they have to inlay the plane with real gold. So they have to watch. They have to stand on guard and watch the mechanics put the plane together to make sure nobody steals. They got security. They got security during the process of building these 747s that are tricked out and everything's made out of solid gold. And it's like a flying hotel. And so the money is endless, but the relationship with the Most High has an end. And that's where we get the advantage. We might not have the instrumental economic wealth that Ishmael possessed, but we have the relationship that they don't. And that's more important than the money and the infinite wealth that they possess. That's more important as our relationship. Read that one more time.
Romans chapter 9 and verse 7. Neither, because they are the seed of Abraham, are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
That's it. That's it. That's good enough. That's to the point. So now, so we know that back to Uzziah, we know that as long as Zechariah was there, being a religious instructor, Zechariah prospered. He got blessed. But when Zechariah died and he was alone, then you were able to see his sincerity. You're able to see his true heart and dedication towards the Most High. All right? Let's go. Let's read that. Let's pick up back in
verse 7.
Verse 7.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 7. And the Most High helped them against the Philistines and against the Arabians that dwelt in Gurbal, and the Mehunims.
Read.
And the Ammonites gave gifts to Uzziah, and his name spread abroad even to the entering in of Egypt.
So now his popularity started to spread. Now he's starting to get a name. He was a 16-year-old kid that became a king. Nobody's paying attention to a 16-year-old kid. But now when he starts making wise decisions, and he starts enhancing Jerusalem, and he starts giving cities back that belong to Judah, and now he's rebuilding the temple, now he's starting to get famous.
How's he doing that at 16?
Yeah. Now you're starting to see, okay, this man is getting a name for himself.
Mm-hmm.
He's starting to get known. What does that do to a person? When you start to get get a little bit of fame.
Because we want to. I know you're probably going this lucky, bro.
No, it's all right.
But your head kind of.
No, listen. We love. This happens especially to the Israelite teachers, bro. We love to sit here and take the Most High's glory when it's the Most High's word. It's the Most High's word. It's His book. It's His revelation, His understanding. It's His knowledge. And by His grace, we even got to be here.
Right.
But teachers do it. Men do it. They love to think it's them. That's why there's comforters. That's why there's guys with elevated titles. That's why there's camps that men change the doctrine from the original teaching. That's the reason why men start making up their own rules. That's the reason why we start rubbing people the wrong way. Because I can't relate to I can't relate to being year one the truth anymore. That's such a long time ago. I can't relate to that no more. I don't want to sit here and do certain levels of work because I'm past that. I'm past lifting boxes, dropping oils, doing push-ups, doing what I have to do with
reporting at 6:30.
I'm past a morning phone call. I'm past sitting here. I'm past. And when your elders don't have elders, is a problem.
Right.
When I'm past making a phone call, hey, just so you know, this is the report. That's what I'm dealing with. Now my counselors is the Mirror, or BET, or Hot Boys. Hot Boys become whatever music you listening to, whatever radio or whatever, whoever you marry, they become your counselors. And I deviate from the priesthood that raised me. David said in the scriptures, though, on contrast, David said what? I became more wise than my teachers because I keep thy precepts. The precepts of the what? Ancients. David never deviated from the ancients' platitudes or precepts, from the ancients' methodologies, wisdoms, and examples.
And that became his counsel.
That's what he said in Psalms. David said, I become wiser than the ancients because I keep thy precepts. So David never left the statutes because he knew that was his formula to success. Coca-Cola, what? The only thing they took out of Coca-Cola was cocaine, bro. Right? They kept the formula the exact same.
You know,
right?
when they changed the formula, when Coca-Cola changed the formula, they actually lost sales, and people complained.
Oh, I'm sure.
And that's why they had to bring back Classic Coke.
Right.
They brought back Classic Coke. Classic Coke was a formula that they did away with that people got pissed. And they did away with it like 82. They brought it back like 89. They said, no, we got to give these people.
They want.
We got to give the people what they want, man. They had to give them that. That's why you drink. That's why they even changed the can. Said Classic Coke. Classic Coke is just the same ingredients that made it successful. That made it most successful.
The only thing they brought back was just a name. Words.
Well, the Classic Coke was just the ingredients.
The ingredients.
That was the ingredients that was successful But when they decided to change it for a short time, their sales started dropping.
Right.
Because they had a formula that works. What Daviad is saying is, when you got a formula that works, if the Most High is working for you, and you're focused on the Most High, and you're getting success in it, why change the recipe?
Why change the winning formula?
Right? Why change it? Why deviate what works for you? Why separate from what makes you strong? But that's what people do.
People do. And all the other kings, David won wars too. He won battles too.
Yeah.
But when they win battles, when the men win battles, you know it was my intelligence.
It was my ingenuity.
It was my ingenuity.
Yep.
You know, I saw through them. So the Most High heightens your senses. So the Most High gives you extra abilities.
Read this right here.
BKC, internally, page 260, 640. Internally, Uzziah masterminded the construction of fortress towers in Jerusalem.
He said he did what?
Masterminded.
So when you start looking at yourself like a mastermind?
Yeah.
That's the problem, bro.
You're trying to get up there.
You a mastermind now. You were 16 years old, about to make 16-year-old mistakes. But if it wasn't for a prophet standing next to you, giving you wisdom and instruction, guiding your decision making to where now you're successful, and now you get successful, and now you think it's who?
You.
You think it's you.
It's me, bro.
I did that. I did,
Yeah.
yeah.
Me.
Me. That's who. Yeah. Now I think it's.
Who I
I'm the
trust.
one that built this. I built this. It had nothing to do with Zechariah. It was me.
Yeah. And Zechariah's death revealed the situation.
Yep.
It revealed his heart.
Took him out.
Now I'm a mastermind now.
You're a mastermind.
Read on. Let's go back. Read on.
For he strengthened himself exceedingly. Moreover, Uzziah built towers in Jerusalem.
Read on down to 15.
At the corner gate, and at the valley gate, and at the turning of the wall, and fortified them. Also he built towers in the desert, and digged many wells.
Man, this guy was industrious, man. He revolutionized and rebuilt the city. This man brought in a lot of public works. When you enhance roads, you increase highways, roadways, you create better systems of transportation, better fundamentals, ways to get wells, digging better wells, better quality water. You're not living in Jackson, Mississippi, or Flint, Michigan, where you got to drink lead and poison. This man actually revolutionized the quality of life for everybody around him. And sometimes because you're able to do that through your industrial nature, because you're industrious, and through your innovations, a lot of times you start taking the credit for yourself. Like, I did that. Look at what I built. Look at what I did. Look at what I accomplished. Look at my accomplishments.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Look at me.
Just look at me.
So now you start, that can get to a man's head, man. When everything you touch starts becoming successful, and while everybody around you is struggling with their daily ability to stay afloat, but what you touch is successful, then you start to separate yourself and identify yourself on a level. I'm above these people around me. I'm better than these people around me. People don't have nothing on me. Look at what I can accomplish. Look at what I can do. Look at my numbers. Look at my military.
My towers.
Look at my towers. Now I'm using all these things that are external to quantify that God is with me.
That's true.
But these are external
That's true.
elements.
That's true.
Public works is external.
That's deceptive.
It's deceptive. That's like somebody that got their body right. They down there bodybuilder, looking tight. But what's the inside look like?
Happens all the time.
Happens all the time. But that body be tight, rolled together, muscular, cut. But what the inside look like? Where's that mind? What that mind look like? Are you putting the emphasis in the external? Is that all where all the energy goes? Is the physique?
That's where the power goes.
That's where all the power goes, man. It's to beautify that element about you, or are you about the spirit? Are you enhancing the spirit? That's what the Most High cares about. He cares about a beautiful soul. A beautiful soul is a soul that's equipped with morality, piety, fortitude, justice, righteousness, patience, temperance, joy. Yeah, these things are enhanced with other things that you can't see on the external. Yes, sir.
Are those things considered characteristics?
Virtues is what they're
Virtue.
considered. That's what they're considered.
What's the difference between virtues?
Virtues are strengths. That's one of the definitions of the word virtue. These are strengths, but these are strengths that are attractive to the Heavenly Father.
Okay.
Not just characteristics. You know, your characteristics can be, you know, you're tall, you're slim, you're lean. That's a characteristic. You know, or you're funny, you like to laugh a lot, you crack jokes. Those are just characteristics. But when you're talking about virtues, you're talking about qualities in a person that the Most High finds attractive.
Okay.
That goes beyond just the physique or the physical or the external. These things are the Most High said, man, I like this. I like these elements about this man. Like the scriptures say about a woman. It said, let her adorning not be about the embroidered hair, but it's about the hidden woman of the what?
The heart.
The hidden woman of the heart. The part that you can't see in a woman should be the most glorious in a woman. Not the hair and the makeup and the physique. It's the parts that you can't see. Not the 36, 24, 36. Not those measurements.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That Sir Mix-a-Lot like.
Yeah.
He's not a prophet of the Lord.
Yeah. So, you know, but we're talking about qualities that a woman like. It's the part on the inside that you cannot see. And that's the same thing that the Most High likes in men. It's the part that you cannot see. Where is this man's mind at? You got your hand up?
Deuteronomy 8, 17 and 18.
What you got?
And thou say in thine heart, my power and the might of mine hand have gotten me this wealth.
He said, my power and the
true.
might of my hand has got me this what?
This wealth.
Go ahead.
But thou shalt remember the Most High thy power, for it is He that giveth thee power to get wealth.
And what you find out is that there's something that's beginning to change in Uzziah. He's starting to attribute his success based upon his exploits, and his ability to be industrious is starting to get to his head. And he's starting to get prideful, as if it was me that did these things. Now I no longer give the Most High the glory. I take the glory. Look how smart I am. Look how intelligent I am. Look how wise I am. I'm an elite thinker. I'm a mastermind. And that mentality, the Most High reproves that mentality. Somebody give me, just on that point.
What book was that you just read?
Deuteronomy 8, 17 through 18.
Give me Daniel chapter 4, verse 28 real quick. Where'd you leave off at? I thought I'm in 2 Chronicles.
We were about to read verse 10.
All right, just hold that and let's get matter of fact, read verse 10 through 15 and then come back up and we'll read Daniel chapter 4. Read that.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 10. Also he built towers in the desert and digged many wells.
Man, you building a tower in the desert. First of all, it's hot in the desert. So man, you the desert is hard. That's a hard working environment. So that's a feat in itself. Read on.
For he had much cattle, both in the low country and in the plains, husbandmen also.
So he had a lot of laborers, he had a lot of employees, he had a lot of workers. Read.
And vine dressers in the mountains.
Man, he had vine dressers, so you know if the vine dressers are there, the wine is good. That's wine country.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And in Carmel, for he loved husbandry.
He said he loved what?
Husbandry.
Husbandry is what? Labor, man. Labor. He liked to work. He was a workaholic.
That's crazy.
This guy loved to work. And so because he was such an industrious, hard worker, he was a laborer, he liked work.
Yeah.
So that gave the people the advantage. But also when it came to his work, he took pride in his work, but he also took credit in his work.
think that eventually leads to him charging for his work?
A guy just told me the other day that a plumber came in and fixed a lady a valve on a lady's sink, and he charged $630 for it.
Dang.
And she said, "That's a $30 part. Why are you charging me $630?" He says, "I'm charging you the $630 for the 25 years of experience that it took me to change that valve." You paid for my experience, for this experienced plumber to come in and change that valve and not give you any problems.
And you know what? That's what I was really saying. That type of thinking expressed upon other human beings doesn't usually cause them to start charging for their.
Of course, because you know what? Knowledge is power. You got to pay for that.
Right.
But the point of it is, his glory started to change. It wasn't about the Most High, giving me the ability to do this. It was about, look at what I can do. Because this man loved husbandry. He loved work. But he took pride in his work. But he took the wrong type of pride in his work. Read on.
Verse 11. Moreover, Uzziah had a host of fighting men that went out to war by bands.
So he had groups of soldiers. Read.
According to the number of their account by the hand of Jael, the scribe of Messiah, the ruler, under the hand of Hananiah, one of the king's captains. The whole number of the chief of the fathers of the mighty men of valor were 2,600.
Go ahead.
And under their hand was an army, 300,000 and 7,500, that made war with mighty power to help the king against the enemy. And Uzziah prepared for them throughout all the host shields and spears and helmets and habergeons and bows and slings to cast stones.
Now these stones and these weapons that he was able to engineer, he was an engineer, he was a builder. He was an engineer. What he was able to engineer wasn't just some slingshots. We know David killed Goliath with a slingshot. The kind of engineering that he built was the first of its kind. He engineered weapons that could throw big stones, like you see in Lord of the Rings. You know what I'm saying? Them stones that break down castle walls. So he engineered the ability to build catapult systems that can launch spears, huge spears made like telephone poles. Being able to shoot large spears like that. Not just no simple shoot a bow and arrow. He engineered things that can throw big rocks and shoot and sling big arrows. These weren't just like harpoon, like you harpoon a whale. He wasn't just shooting no bow and arrows. He had an engineering mind frame. He was good with his hands. And he could produce the things that he thought in his mind. So he was great. He was industrious. But that doesn't make you right. And that's the catch. Just because you're industrious and you have some intellect, that doesn't make you right. Just because you can create something with your hands and bring it into fruition doesn't make the Most High with you. Because the Most High is looking at where's your mind at. Because you can easily glory in your ability. That's easy. But that's a mistake. How do we know that? Go to Daniel chapter 4 and read verse. Give me verse 28.
Oh, sir. Someone needs to take over. My phone's about to die.
All right. So, matter of fact, go ahead and read that. Go ahead and we'll salute your head. Let's go ahead and read. Naga.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemaywan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemaywan, Ban Yasha Allah. Amajim. Barak. Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shabbatah.
Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shabbatah.
That's your time. Go ahead and read that. We're in Daniel. chapter 4, start at verse 28.
No, Daniel chapter 4. Daniel chapter 4, verse 28. All this came upon the king Nebuchadnezzar. That's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
At the end of 12 months, he walked in the palace.
Now Nebuchadnezzar was industrious. When you look at Babylon, Babylon was one of the greatest empires to ever be on the earth. Matter of fact, when you read the book of Daniel, Daniel classified Babylon as being the premier kingdom on the earth. And it was of that much wealth and power that it excelled Egypt. Because a lot of people like to celebrate Egypt because the pyramids are still there, the Sphinx is still there. So you got a lot of tombs and a lot of things that are still being excavated. So people like to classify Egypt as being one of the most well-known places that had the highest science and the most wisdom came out of Egypt, but it's not true. When you look at wealth and power and value of a society, the sorcerers, the Chaldean sorcerers that the Babylonian had at their disposal to teach them, about the calendar system, the history of Babylon, they had their own culture. Of course, we know that came out of Nimrod. But when you look at how they esteemed gold, that they were so wealthy that gold was the standard for everything. Every spoon, cup, plate, bowl was made out of gold in Babylon. Everything was made out of gold. When you look at the 7 wonders of the world, which are the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Hanging Gardens are a Babylonian forest that was built on a lattice system, meaning it was above ground. It was a forest that was built above the ground. That it took 100 people with buckets of water every day to go to the river and carry it back to the forest to water the garden every day. And they carried these 5-gallon buckets of water. They had to fill these up and then trek these back to the forest, and it had to be watered independently. So the Hanging Gardens of Babylon is known to be one of the 7 wonders of the world, because nobody's been able to build a forest on top of the ground above concrete pillars. It was a floating forest. So when you look at their ability, their ingenuity, when you look at their culture, you look at their science, you look at their astronomy, they were ahead of everybody else. So yes, Babylon was at the time the most premier culture. The Most High recognizes them as being the head of the beast that Daniel saw in Daniel chapter 2. He's the head. He said that head was made out of gold. Everything was made out of gold in Babylon. Even their idols and statues that they erected to other deities were made out of solid gold. Read.
Daniel chapter 4, verse 29. At the end of 12 months, he walked in the palace of the kingdom of Babylon.
So after Nebuchadnezzar got in power, he started being industrious, building up the kingdom of Babylon. Read on.
The king spake and said, Is not this great Babylon that I have built?
Listen to himself. Listen to himself as he's speaking. As he's walking out and he's looking and he said, man, look at all this that I built. He said what?
The king spake and said, Is not this great Babylon that I have built for the house of the kingdom by the might of my power?
By the what?
By the might of my power?
By the might of my power? Look at what my power has done. Wow. See, when you start to build houses, cities, communities, states, cultures, and your power starts to become imminent, and it starts to grow. The natural thing that people want to do is take pride in that. They want to take the credit. Even if it's a house, even if it's a car. It's hard. Men will take pride in every damn thing. But they'll take pride from the Most High. They'll take glory from the Most High. Look at what I built. Look at how I set it up, man. My wisdom got me this. Look at my smarts, my ingenuity, my intelligence. Look at what I built.
Just different.
I'm built different. I'm cut from a different cloth. When God made me, he broke the mold. He ain't make another me. I'm one of one. Can't nobody do it like I do it. So that's all that pride comes in when you start building something. That's unfortunately that's a man's downfall. When you start to touch some success, Read on.
That I have built for the house of the kingdom by the might of my power, and for the honor of my majesty.
And for the honor of what?
And
My majesty.
And for the honor of my majesty.
Man, you know what he's saying? He's bragging on what kind of king he is. He's boasting. Read on.
Slick way to do it.
While the word was in the king's mouth, there fell a voice from heaven, saying, O King Nebuchadnezzar, to thee it is spoken, the kingdom is departed from thee.
He says, so while this man is in the midst of bragging about what he built, he said a voice came from heaven and said, listen, from this day on it's stripped. Your kingdom is stripped.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah. He was in the middle of his speech. Oh, glorious kingdom of Babylon, look at what I built for me. Your kingdom is stripped. Who said that?
Take that man to
You know what? Now you know what the Most High had to do? The Most High had to check that man's pride.
Right.
Because a lot of times that's what we do. We take credit when it's not ours.
Right.
It doesn't belong to us, man. Now this Nebuchadnezzar is a Babylonian. He's not even a Judite, not even an Israelite, not a Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine for us to take that kind of pride. The Most High checked the nations. Imagine what he would do with us.
Right.
Whom the Most High is supposed to be our power.
Right.
Imagine how much he'll check our pride and check our mouth. Who do we think we are? Right? Read on.
Verse 32. And they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field.
I'm going to put you out there with the animals. You're going to live in the animals. You'll be in the animal kingdom.
It's going to be your kingdom.
Yeah. Read.
They shall make thee to eat grass.
And you're going to eat grass like an animal. Read on.
As oxen, and 7 times shall pass over thee, until thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will.
So he said, until you recognize me, I'm going to keep you in that state of mind where you're a grass eater. I'm going to keep you on the ground. I'm going to keep you in a low state until you recognize me. And usually that's what the Most High has to do with men. The Most High usually got to break men down to a real low state until they identify who is the Most High. That you can't live life without me. Your life is not going to be beneficial to you without me. So why not give me the credit that I deserve from the beginning? But it takes the Most High to have to diminish, demoralize, and smash a man until a man's eyes start to open up. If you get smashed, now your eyes are open. Now I know who's the power. That's why we in the lineup, we ask brother, who's the power? Yahweh's the power. That's part of the lineup, bro. We march and say that. Because you know what you gotta get instilled in your mind? You're not the power.
That's right.
The Most High is the power. So what the Most High has to do is, he has to diminish a man's standard and quality of life and strip a man down to nothing. The Most High said, as long as you keep that mind frame, you're going to stay in that position until you recognize me. Read on.
Verse 33. The same hour was the thing fulfilled upon Nebuchadnezzar. And he was driven from men, and did eat grass as oxen. And his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hairs were grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails like birds' claws.
He said this man was hairy, wet, and his fingernails grew like claws, bro. The Most High turned this man into a caveman, man.
Tarzan.
Turned him into a Yeti.
Yeah, his hair must have flattened out like wings.
Yeah, bro. The Most High grew him out. He was neglected. Look at the status. Look at the status, how the Most High removed him from his position and brought him down low. So this, unfortunately, is the same heart that's being developed in Uzziah. Because of his industrious nature. His ability he had a military mind. He was a laborer. So he loved work. He loved building. He was an engineering master when it came to weaponry. He built large ass catapults. I can't even build a catapult that could throw a rock that down far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But when you look at his mind frame, yeah, you were great, but you never decided to give the Most High his credit. That's the danger. That's why we're reading this in Daniel also. Let's let that go and go back to Chronicles. Dawam, I think you had it right.
Kai.
You was at 11.
Kai. 2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 11. Moreover, Uzziah had a host of fighting men that went out to war by bands, according to the number of their account by the hand of Jael the scribe and Maaseiah the ruler, under the hand of Hananiah, one of the king's captains. The whole number of the chief of the fathers of the mighty men of valor were 2,600, and under their hand was an army, 300,000 and 7,500, that made war with mighty power, to help the king against the enemy. And Uzziah prepared for them throughout all the host shields and spears and helmets and habergeons and bows and slings to cast stones. And he made in Jerusalem engines.
You say he made in Jerusalem what?
Engines.
These engines were instruments of war, bro, that help you fight in battle. So he had a military mind, man. This man was industrious. He was sharp, and he knew how to defend his nation, and he knew how to attack other cultures. And when you read this about his engines that he built, some of these things were reported as to never being made by man. They were the first of their kind in his ingenuity. Read.
Invented by cunning men, to be on the towers and upon the bulwarks, to shoot arrows and great stones withal. And his name spread far abroad, for he was marvelously helped, till he was strong.
Till he was what?
Strong.
So it's when he got up, man. You got to watch out when you're at the point of reaching heights and being successful. You gotta recognize, who is it that gave me this ability? Who is it that gave me stability? A lot of times, man, we don't turn around and acknowledge the Most High when our lives become stable. We take the credit. That's the wrong thing to do. I'm saying that's a big mistake, is to think that you made yourself stable. You brought yourself up out of the dirt. You always got to give the glory to the Most High. So read on.
Verse 16. But when he was strong, his heart was lifted up to his destruction.
They said what?
But when he was strong, his heart was lifted up to his destruction.
It says when he was strong, his heart was lifted up to what?
To his destruction.
His heart was lifted up to his destruction, because it's at that point that we stop listening. We don't want to hear nobody tell. We don't hear no advice no more. You don't want to hear counsel. At that point where you're stable, what do I need to listen to you for? I'm good. I'm where I want to be. I'm where I need to be. I like the life that I built for myself. So I'm at a point where, since I like and I'm content with the life that I built for myself, I no longer have a need to listen to anybody anymore. Until the Most High says otherwise. Until the Most High got to pull the plug on your success. There's a lot of people, and I'm not here to bang on the homeless, because the Most High said the poor will never cease out of the land. It's a lot of smart people that's homeless. I run into many men that give me some great stories, man. That I saw a brother the other day. We and the brother chopping it up on the corner. He's getting some change on the corner. We start chopping it up. Man, this man was articulate in speech. You would think he was a professor. I said, man, this man is. I didn't have time to really go deep into, like, why are you here, bro?
Yeah.
You highly educated, brother. You speaking like a professor. I was shocked to hear his voice. I said, brother, hold it down. Hold it down, bro. You know I am. You know I absolutely. Indubitably. Indubitably I am. I said, man, what the hell is this man doing out here? Yeah, you wouldn't expect that from a man who's so educated and who is articulate in speech to be in such a condition. It's not about banging on nobody, but it's the Most High will take any man in from any point. It's the Most High. Your ascension or descension is all based upon your humility. or your pride. We know that from Proverbs chapter 16. Go to Proverbs chapter 16, verse 18.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction.
It said what?
Pride goeth before destruction.
What goes right before destruction?
Pride.
Pride, man. Pride. You're standing on pride right before you step off the cliff.
Oh.
And life starts to change. Like Nebuchadnezzar within an hour. That's when life starts to change. Is when your pride starts getting cranked up. When nobody is there to keep your pride in check, destruction is right around the corner. When nobody is policing your thoughts anymore, and you don't want nobody policing your thoughts, you don't want nobody governing you, you don't want nobody telling you what to do, you don't want to take orders no more, I got it. I don't need you to tell me I got it from here. I'm just fine, thank you. I appreciate your effort. I appreciate the information. I'll take it into consideration. I value your opinion, but
You're standing on pride.
I'm standing on pride right now. And that's the element that I stand on right before I fall.
Right.
Read it again.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall.
And an arrogant spirit before what?
Before a fall.
When I don't want to hear, I'm arrogant. I don't want to hear, man. I trust my own wisdom. I trust my own wisdom. I got it. Thank you, but no thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. Man, we got to be careful with this. Let's go hold this and let's go to Josephus. Let's go to Josephus. We're going to go to book 9, chapter 10. And we're not going to read. We already kind of got the point from there. Let's just get start at 221. Book 9, chapter 11, paragraph 3. And let's go to line 221. Let's go to Josephus. Let everybody get it. We're going to be in the Josephus. We're in book 9. No, I'm not chapter 11, chapter 10. Book 9, chapter 10, paragraph 3. And we're going to start at line 221.
Yeah, that one too.
Let that one stay in Kings. You go ahead and read it.
Okay.
I mean Chronicles.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 9, chapter 10,
Yes.
paragraph 3.
No, chapter 10, paragraph 3, line 221. You'll see that 221 in parentheses.
He also divided his whole army into bands, and armed them, giving everyone a sword, with brazen bucklers and breastplates.
So now your army has got brazen bucklers and breastplates. The army is shining, bro. Their weapons are strong. They got breastplates that shine. So, brother, you stand your army up, bro. That a nation's army is their defense, their national defense. That's what most countries take pride in. That's why they'll do a parade day. You know what parade day is?
Yeah, sure.
It's a show.
Right.
It's a show of strength.
Yeah.
That's why when Russia does a parade, they bring out their best weapons. They bring them down big ass ICBMs on trucks. Mm-hmm. When North Korea does their parade, they bring they shit. You know how North Korea do. You know how Kim Jong-il do it. Yeah. He'll shoot off a couple of them before the parade.
I can't wait.
He can't wait. He always do that. He always shoot off a couple anyway.
Yeah.
Just to let you know I can reach you. Mm-hmm. He always shoot bombs off in the Sea of Japan. They be like, there you go again, showing off. Because that's what he do.
Like we can hit y'all at any given moment.
And I can reach out and touch you. So that's what nations do on their military parade.
We always condemn the action, but they don't ever do nothing about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It was illegal for him to do that.
Yeah, but you know what? He don't give a damn. He keep doing it. Because you know what? He's showing. You know what? You gonna respect me, and you're gonna respect me because I got these abilities. You know, just like you can get me, I can get you. Checkmate. So that show of force, that's what Uzziah was, man. He was pumping himself up on the fact that, you know what, look at my defense. Look at my military, man. You got men standing around with shiny breastplates. Bro, that looks strong, bro. Shiny weapons. And everything you built was a success.
Talking in unison.
Yeah, bro. Everybody's unified.
Oh, they even talking, huh?
Man, you know what? That can get to you, man.
Yeah, kid.
You look behind you, you got 100,000 strong in shiny suits.
Yeah.
Man, you know what? Shut your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
With brazen bucklers and breastplates, with bows and slings. And besides these, he made for them many engines of war for besieging of cities.
He said, man, we could conquer any city. We got our tanks. We got our big boulder throwers. We throwing boulders. We throwing bows. He throwing bows. He throwing big harpoons. Well, how can you stop that? Read on.
Such as cast stones and darts. With grapplers and other instruments of that sort.
Read on.
Paragraph 4. While Uzziah was in this state and making preparations for futurity.
Now stop right there. Now listen to what he's saying here. He said while he was in this state of building, playing Minecraft in real life. When he's in this state of building, he's got his army straight. He's fortified the walls that his father had, unfortunately, through his errors, had got kicked down. That 200 yard stretch of wall that was thrown down by the Syrians. No, that was actually by Joash. Threw that wall down for talking smack and besieged the kingdom. He repaired that. He built bigger towers, and then now he's up. His money's up. His power's up. His commerce is up. His ingenuity is up. His trade. He solidified trade routes, because when you look at Eloth was a critical trade route between Asia and Egypt to the Mediterranean. It was a pivotal trade point. So when you got your commercialized trade cities built up, your money's good. Trade is good. Your GDP is up.
Right.
Your currency is up. Yes, sir. I thought you had your hand up. Okay. So you're watching everything increase. But where was his mind at now? He said while his mind was where?
While Uzziah was in this state and making preparations for futurity.
He said he was making preparations for what?
For futurity.
Futurity.
Right.
Yes. That means you know what? I'm not focused on the Most High. My mind is where?
Over here. Like preparing for the future.
Yeah. So
you wouldn't say that
but
God
might not using the Most High to do it.
Right.
Using his own so-called pride and ingenuity to do it.
Right. When somebody is geared on futurity, that means they're establishing themselves for the future. That means that what I'm doing is I'm setting myself up for the long run. I'm setting myself up so I can be in power for a long time, and that the people around me can benefit for a long time. So I'm not looking at the Most High as my power. I'm creating more ideas to be settled in the future. So my mind is no longer on the Most High. It is what can I design now that can set myself up for later.
It's that control.
It's control.
It's like doomsday preppers today.
Not necessarily doomsday preppers, more so than it is, okay, now that I got one McDonald's that's running, now what I'm going to do?
Like Toyota.
I'm turn that into 5.
I'm a franchise.
10, and then to 20.
Right, I'm a franchise now. Now I got one McDonald's up and running. I bought one. It's making enough money. Now I'm a franchise. I'm going to open up another one. Then I'm going to open up another one. Then I'm going to open up another one. That's where men's mind go. I got this going, and I built this. Now I'm about to go build something else.
Who's going to stop me?
Right, and I'm about to add on. But it's not ever looking at, man, the Most High, and look at what the Most High has done for us. Obviously, it's my ingenuity that got us.
The spirit of it's wrong.
The spirit is wrong. It is. It's very wrong. Matter of fact, go to John chapter 12, verse 25. Read that Nagaha one more time. Read that whole sentence.
While Uzziah was in this state and making preparations for futurity, he was corrupted.
Yeah, keep going.
He was corrupted in his mind by pride.
Go ahead.
And became insolent. And this on account of that abundance.
And why did he become prideful and insolent?
On account of that abundance which he had of things that will soon perish.
Because he started accumulating wealth. And because he was successful accumulating wealth, it played against his pride. He started to become detached from the Most High and more interested about his investments
And the money.
and the money and his and the social status. Remember, he started getting fame.
Mm-hmm.
He started getting a name for himself.
Went to his head.
It just started getting to his head. He lost his humility because his tutor was gone. Once Zechariah left, that was it. He did some more great things, but inwardly he started being corrupt. Yes, sir.
So he didn't go about it correctly
Exactly.
with the Lord, because the Lord don't have no problem with you preparing and setting up for the future, and
Does he?
as long as you're with Him.
Yes, find out. Let's go to John chapter 12, verse 25. Let's read that.
John chapter 12 and verse 25. He that loveth his life.
It said, he that what?
Loveth his life.
So, yeah, do you love your life more than you love the Most High? Everybody got to ask that question.
Oh yeah,
Rhetorical.
Yeah.
You got to ask that
It's a
question.
rhetorical question.
Do I like
That's right.
my manner of doing things? Because life also means a manner of doing things.
Right.
I like how I did it. I
I
like
like
how
how-
I did that.
I like how I do things.
I like how I did that. I like how I saw that. I like how I get things accomplished. I like the thoughts that I think.
You seize the, how
Yeah.
you seize the moment.
I like how I come up with ideas.
I be
man.
recognizing
I'm
stuff
always
that-
coming up with new ways to
Yeah.
win.
I be recognizing stuff that most people don't see. Like,
Yeah.
I got it like that.
Yeah.
I got it like that.
I'm sharper than the average bear.
They
You
could
know?
have never
That
did
guy.
that without me.
Yeah. So it's, but or I love my life, meaning I love what I built for myself.
That too.
Because that's what that was the disease that affected Nebuchadnezzar. He said, "Look at this beautiful Babylon that I built for my majesty. I love what I built for me. Now it's about me indulging in what I made for myself. I'm now going to indulge in what I created. Now that I've created this, I can dive in. It's not about the Most High anymore. The Most High is about doing things for other people. Pride is about doing things for me that enhance me. It's not about other people. Christ is selfless. We are selfish. So do I do things to benefit other people and raise up other people and pull them up? Or am I about just me being pulled up and me being resurrected and elevated?
Okay.
Me getting the credit
And that's
the
where the
glory.
wrong turn goes.
That's when it turns wrong. He says, read that
Okay.
again.
John chapter 12 verse 25. He that loveth his life shall lose it.
So if you love your life more than you love the direction of the Most High, then you're going to lose your life. The Most High going to take it from you. Because it wasn't supposed to be about just you reaping all the benefits. Bring some glory, reap the benefits, but bring the glory back to the Father. And do it for Christ by doing it for other people, outside yourself. Read.
And he that hateth his life in this world shall keep it unto life eternal.
So it's about how do I view my life? How do I view my life? How do I look at my life? So is it about me just reaping all the benefits and me enjoying what the Most High has given me and I'm just going to fade off in pleasure
Nope.
and enjoyment? Or am I willing to make some sacrifices? And you know where the sacrifices come from? Let me show you where they come from. Go to Luke now. Go to Luke chapter 12. And I want you to pick up at verse 19.
Luke chapter 12 and verse 19. And I will say to my soul, soul, thou hast much goods laid up for many
Because
years.
once I get to a point where I'm comfortable now what the Most High wants to see is, what are you going to do now that you're comfortable? Now that you're comfortable, now that you're stable, now let me look at your intentions. He said, am I going to say what?
Thou hast much goods laid up for many years.
That's that futurity that we talking about in Uzziah. He was occupied with the futurities. I'm trying to lay up things for me so I can keep enjoying my life from this point forward.
Right.
I'm trying to set myself up. That's where usually every man's mind is at. I'm trying to set myself up. Read on.
Take thine ease.
But I'm trying to set myself up for what purpose?
To take thine ease.
So I can retire. So I can stop working. So I can bask in the glory of what I created. I can sit back and relax. I can bask in the sun and just travel and enjoy myself. I'm trying to set myself up to stop working. I don't got to work another day in my life. So I'm just gonna retire, kick back, and enjoy my life. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that if your priorities are straight.
God.
The Most High.
I heard you're not supposed to.
No, I'm gonna say this. The Most High will dictate and determine when the time is for you to take a break.
Oh, okay.
Not you. Because what we want is control.
Yeah.
We want to be able to tell and say, man, I'm done. Man, you know what? I got 3 more months. I got my 401k built up. I got my retirement. I got my pension. I'm done, man.
I've done enough.
I've done enough, man. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna enjoy myself. I'm gonna travel a little bit. I'm gonna do all those things that I couldn't do before when I was working. I'm gonna travel.
I'm gonna do me.
I'm gonna do me. See that there's a certain motivation behind why we do the things that we do. The motivation and the intention has to be correct. The Most High is not about a person not enjoying this. That's why Solomon said, "Eat, drink." He said, "For that is a man's portion on this earth," because everything else is vanity. Yes, sir.
I would say that's like with David. David was still going to war. His men had to be like, "Look, man, you need to sit down.
You need to sit down because you almost got caught slipping.
Yeah.
You almost got in battle. You need to sit back and chill."
It's your time. Chill out.
But
you got it.
he was still making sound decisions. But read that one more time in Luke.
Luke chapter 12 and verse 19. And I will say to my soul, soul, thou hast much good laid up for many years. Take thine ease.
Take thine what?
Take thine ease. Eat, drink, and be merry.
And be merry, man. Live out a good life. Ride out the rest of your life in happiness. Read on.
Verse 20. But the Most High said unto him, Thou fool.
What does the Most High call him?
Thou fool.
You're a fool, man. Read on.
This night thy soul shall be required of thee.
Oh,
He said, tonight I'm going to take your soul from you. Read.
Then who shall those things be?
Now who's going to inherit all the things that you provided for yourself for comfort? Now who's going to enjoy all them riches? Who's going to enjoy all them barns that you built up and expanded for your pleasure and enjoyment?
Not you.
Huh?
Not you.
Not you. You ain't enjoying all that. Who's benefiting now that you're out the picture? Read on.
Which thou hast provided. So is he that layeth up treasure for himself.
And it says, so is he that layeth up treasure for who?
Himself.
So that futurity that we read about in the Josephus is talking about Uzziah started setting himself up for the future. But he didn't have the Most High in mind. He had himself in mind. Read.
And is not rich toward the Most High.
And this man was not rich towards who?
The Most High.
Because this man had no treasures in heaven. He had no treasures built up in heaven. It was about, I'm going to make heaven on earth. I'm going to make this earth in my life. This is where I'm going to get my pleasure from right here. I'm going to get my enjoyment now. I'm going to enjoy my life now. I'm going to live life now for right now. So I'm going to live it up right now. But Christ is about sacrifice.
It shows that we owe, really, with our abilities, our labor, our mind, whatever your advantage is. That means you owe your people. You owe your school. You owe your brothers and sisters. You owe the stranger among you.
Yeah.
We owe them. I can't pull one scripture.
God.
Ecclesiasticus 14 and verse 4. Ecclesiasticus chapter 14 and verse 4.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 14, verse 4.
Uh-huh.
He that gathereth by defrauding his own soul.
I defrauded my own soul, or I fooled myself. Men fool themselves. Listen, you have enough, bro. You got enough. You are good. You've been good a long time.
Yep.
Contrasted to the men that were great. Tobit. Tobit was always expending himself by means of alms, burying his people at the risk of a detriment of his life. Job was sitting here making sure he took care of his people. Making sure he was on top of his game. He wasn't existing for himself. But this man who defrauds his own soul, by means you had opportunity, like Shashawan said, you had opportunity to put treasures in heaven. But you wanted to invest and expend yourself for treasures that were strictly beneficial or self-beneficial on earth. Read.
He that gathereth by defrauding his own soul.
I defrauded my own soul. I did it for me. It wasn't towards the Lord. Read.
Gathereth for others.
You're going to gather for others. And how do we gather for others?
That shall spend his goods riotously.
How do people spend your goods riotously? You're not there to protect them. You can't defend your riches because you're no longer there in physical body. Most High is saying He's going to take your life if it's about you. If you want to hoard your gifts, you want to hoard your abilities, you want to hoard your spirit, you want to hoard your talents, you want to hoard everything. Everything's about you. Even the Most High gave you those abilities, it's just for you. He said, listen, I'm going to cut your time short because it defeats the purpose. The purpose of this gift you had was to expend it towards the poor amongst you. One more scripture, Proverbs 28 and verse 8. Proverbs 28 and verse 8. That was the purpose of riches. I'm defeating the purpose of having riches in the first place. Through my desire of my pride, through my pride is deceiving me.
Man, it's on point.
This is scary, bro.
It is scary, because you know what? You know it's scary? It's scary when you don't got nothing and how desperate you'll be to get something. That's a scary man also.
Yeah.
When a man is desperate. But also when a man is established, that's also scary too.
Right.
Exactly,
Go
bro.
to a different level of responsibility.
And a lot of times it's talking about the valuable items you have to give to the Lord. It could be your labor, it could be your mind, it could be your spirit, it could be your pattern of what you have to give the Father. If it don't go to Him, He has an issue with that. Proverbs 28 verse 8.
Proverbs chapter 28 and verse 8. He that by usury and unjust gain increaseth his substance.
Usury, of course, is taxing your brother. But unjust gain means that the way you've been gaining was not justifiable.
Yep.
You justified how you deserve this, I deserve this, I deserve that, based off of my opinion. But it wasn't justified by the opinion of the Heavenly Father or by the will of the Lord. It wasn't the gathering of riches for the will of the Father. It was just based off of what you think you should have. Unjustifiable riches. Read on.
He shall gather it for him that will pity the poor.
So the Most High's will be done. It's going to be the Most High's will. It's going to be His way. Oh wait, that you can't pick a brother up and give a brother a ride? It happens classically in Israel amongst the men. Oh, you can't pick nobody up? Or your car can't be touched? Can't nobody use your vehicle?
Yep.
Yo, you gonna make men wait all day at the bus stop? Oh, me gotta wait 2 hours to get picked up? I'm gonna break your vehicle down. Oh, your rib is not for the service of the camp? She can't be included with the sisterhood. She can't be used for the. She can't help the sisters.
I need my rib to be there for me, bro.
She can't be used by the sisters. She can't.
I need her to do the things that I need her to do.
Not she can't be there for the men. We're good. Men are good, but she can't be an instrument for the sisterhood to increase the benefit of the women that are serving Christ. Okay, cool, no problem, bro. Most I got a spirit for you. He got something for you. He got something real cute for you. Cause you want to be cute with him, he gonna be cute with you. Oh, you got these ideas. You're a mastermind, but can't nobody tell you anything. Your mind is wealthy, but no one can guide your mind. You got all this.
Brother got super mind.
You have a super mind, immaculate thoughts, immaculate abilities, and you're exceptional in the brain. What's that movie called? That dude Russell Crowe?
Limitless.
Limitless, or your gift. Oh man, I forgot the movie. I'm bad with movies, bro. But gifted mind or wonderful mind or something
Beautiful
like
mind.
that. Oh, beautiful mind, right? You're just a beautiful mind, but your beautiful mind doesn't benefit anybody else but you. Most I've said, cool, I got something for you. Everything you have externally and that you value will be beneficial to the poor. What does that mean? What does that mean? That's a quiet way of saying, I'm gonna take you out.
And give it to who's supposed to be given to from the beginning.
It's going to be His will.
Give it to who needs it.
His will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So if He wants your riches to benefit the people, if you want to be hoard, you want to hoard it, and you want to be a dragon, you want to be that dragon, that cartoon movie. I don't know. I'm not bad with the visuals, but you want to sit here and hoard all that you think that you think's valuable, and you want to regulate who can come and go and who can benefit from you. No problem, bro. I got something for you. That's the Most High deals. It's gonna go to the poor whether you like it or not. It's gonna go to the poor and if you can't go to the poor in life, it will go to the poor in death. That's what the Most High does it. That's the kind of power we serve.
So that was, I'm sorry.
And the hoarding of those riches is the extension or the further extension of your secret pride.
Yeah.
Or non-secret pride. It might be just a.
It might be out open. Matthew chapter 6 verse 19. Great point. What scripture was that you pulled?
Proverbs 28:8.
That was great.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 19. Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth.
And that's why what Uzziah was doing wrong, he was concerned about futurities. I'm worried about what more can I build, what more can I add on, what more can I benefit from, how can I amass more wealth to benefit me and what I'm doing. Keep my name out there, stay relevant. Right. Remember, the fame is getting to him, yeah. the success, the fact that he's engineering things to defeat his enemies, all that is going to his head. Read on.
Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt.
So if I'm accumulating wealth for the purpose of just storing it up for myself to use it at a later date, he said, man, that's not that. You're not giving the Most High anything. You're not stacking up no treasures in heaven. That means that what you accumulate and amass should be for the benefit of the people around you. It should be distributed. Like Christ divided his gifts, we should be dividing our gifts. And a lot of times it's not money. Because some of us don't have money. But what is it that we do have that we can give? There is things that we can offer. There is a talent or an ability that we possess that we can give for free. It's not just money. So don't just say it's money, but it's ability. There's something that the Most High has given us in abundance that we can share with somebody else.
Even just our time.
Even if it's time. Read.
Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal.
Read.
But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven.
Lay up for yourselves treasures where?
In heaven.
Go ahead.
Where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt.
And nobody can touch that. Yes, sir.
I can't figure that out. Maybe it's stuff we're talking about, but how do you store stuff in heaven?
What you're doing is, somebody give me Tobit real quick, chapter 4, verse 7. Let me see. Give me Tobit chapter 4. Start at verse 5. Start at verse 7. Give me start at verse 5. Just start Tobit chapter 4 verse 5. Read that.
Tobit chapter 4 and verse 5. My son, be mindful of the Most High our power all thy days.
It says be mindful of who?
The Most High our power all thy days.
So the question is, how do you store treasures in heaven, right? How do you go about doing that? He said, first of all, you got to be what?
Mindful of the Most High our power all thy days.
So I cannot become selfish in just my pursuits and my endeavors and seeking pleasure, things that benefit me, and that dominates and rules my thought process. I gotta think about what the Most High needs from me more than I think about what I need from me and what I want from me. Read.
And let not thy will be set to sin.
It says, and not let thy will be set to what?
Sin.
That means I can't give myself to pleasures that will cause me sin.
Praise that I will set to sin?
Yeah. I can't set my will to sin. I mean, I can't indulge in anything that's going to cause me to sin. Read.
or to transgress his commandments.
Go ahead.
Do uprightly all thy life long.
He says, do what?
Uprightly all thy life long.
Go ahead.
And follow not the ways of unrighteousness.
And don't follow unrighteousness. Read on.
For if thou deal truly, thy doings shall prosperly succeed to thee.
He says, but if you operate the right way, everything you touch shall be blessed. The Most High will start blessing the work of your hands. Read on.
And to all them that live justly.
Read on.
Give alms of thy substance.
Stop right there. He said what?
Give alms of thy substance.
What does that mean?
What you
Free
got.
will offer. Give back. Free will offer.
Free will offering. That's why I said it's not necessarily money. But it's something that you have that somebody else needs from you. That somebody else can benefit from you. He says, give alms of thy substance. Don't give alms that don't belong to you to somebody else. Give alms that came from you. What do you have that you can give? That's how you give alms. That's how you stack treasures in heaven. What is it that's in me that I possess, the abilities that I have, that I can give it to the Most High, where it can be converted to the benefit of other people?
To help another.
Right. I'm exchanging my gifts to be split up and disseminated amongst other people. What do I have to offer the Most High?
Charitability.
Read on.
And when thou givest alms, let not thy eye be envious.
Oh, that's too much. Why do I have to give it to that person? How come I got to share myself? I don't like this person. Or I don't like this person. Don't do nothing for me. Why should I do something for them? What we try to do, that's control. We try to control the distribution of our alms and control it and say, well, I don't believe this person deserves it. They don't deserve my kindness. They don't deserve my friendship. They don't deserve what I have to. They don't deserve my benefits. They don't deserve it. Read on.
Neither turn thy face from any poor.
Not when somebody need me. Am I there? Am I available? Or do I say, no, man, maybe next time? Read on.
And the face of the Most High.
It says that if you operate with this mind frame, like we just read, having a mind, being mindful of the Most High and His commandments and His statutes, you see people that have need, that need what you have to offer, and you're willing to give it to them, and you're extending yourself in charity. He said, and the face of the Most High, read on,
shall not be turned away from thee.
Now these are the things that you can do where you now have the Most High always on your side. The Most High will always bless you for what you're doing because now you have the right mind frame. Read on.
If thou hast substance, if thou hast abundance, give alms accordingly.
It said if you got abundance, give alms accordingly. If you got more than enough to offer somebody, then the most I want to see is, do you have the capacity to share what you got? Or you're just, like Dawiyah said, in the business of hoarding, protecting. No, this is for me, it's mine.
Trying to control
right
how you think.
Right, based on how your wisdom. Read on.
Right.
If thou have but a little,
he said, if you got but a little, read on.
Be not afraid.
Be not what?
Be not afraid to give according to that little.
He said, yeah, because that's what people worry about. I don't got enough for myself. He said, be not afraid to give according to that little. Is this really going to break me? Or am I confident in the Most High enough to know that if I share myself, even though I'm running low on what it is that I'm offering, that the Most High will give it back? If I got a quarter tank of gas, but somebody need a ride, am I going to say, man, I only got a quarter tank, I don't got enough gas? Or can I say, you know what? I got a quarter tank, but I'm gonna get you where you need to go first. I'm gonna still get you where you need to go. But I'll still, Most High will still help me find a way to come up with some gas money. It's not the end of the world because I'm riding on a quarter tank. We know damn well we ride on a quarter tank all the time.
2 years straight.
If not worse.
To get us through, you know?
And the Most High still get us to where we got to go.
Right.
But when somebody asks, all of a sudden I can't do it. But I do it every day.
Yeah.
Read on.
For thou layest up a good treasure.
So when you give what somebody needs from you, and you got the right mind frame, he says you layeth up what?
A good treasure.
He said you layeth up a good treasure where?
For thyself against the day of necessity.
So now what the Most High said, man, is you've bought yourself safety from the Most High. Because of your ability to be charitable, you give alms freely. You're not withdrawing yourself when people have need from you. So when you're in trouble, And the Most High is sitting back and determining, should I save you? Should I salvage you? Should I protect you? Or should I leave you hanging? Based on your conduct previously to other people, he'll look at you and say, you know what? I like how you've been functioning with other people. You're not afraid to give. You're not afraid to share. You're not afraid to distribute yourself when the body has needs. So for that same reason, I'm going to take care of you when you run out.
I got you when you're needy.
I got you when you, I'll take care of you. Because you're there when other people need. Read.
Sorry.
Verse 10.
Verse
10.
10. Because that alms do deliver from death,
Read on.
and suffer not to come into darkness.
Because the Most High doesn't forget good works, man. The good works are never forgotten by the Most High. Alms are never forgotten by the Father. Never. They always keep their value, like a surety bond.
Come.
It always keeps their value. It's like gold, money that was backed by gold at one point in time. It always keeps its value. But it's a token that keeps its value that no man could take from you. Because that token has now been recognized by the Father. It's backed by the Most High.
The recognition.
Not
is
the
story.
the recognition can't be destroyed.
No, I'm saying the recognition is the actual story
The story, well, we say the recognition
by him.
for the fact that he's collecting your alms and he's putting it in a bank and he's using that to determine, should I buy you out of trouble?
Okay. Okay.
It's like when you go to the ATM and they say insufficient funds.
Right.
You short.
Right.
You know, all you get is a paper receipt. You know
Right.
how people look at that receipt, but it's almost like they can't believe it. They just stand there and look at it for a minute. I know I've done it many times. I'll be looking at it like me staring at it's gonna change the fact that there ain't nothing in there.
You can always
I be like, damn.
yeah, who's short and who ain't.
Yeah.
What happened?
I look like, yeah, man, what happened?
Okay.
I thought I had something in there. Now you know what you're thinking. You're planning. That's what you're doing. You're like, okay, well, now that I realize ain't nothing in it. Now how am I gonna function and get around? But what he's doing is he's collecting your alms and putting it in a bank account to determine whether, when you're in trouble, whether you're gonna buy yourself out.
Right.
Should I save you from trouble?
Okay.
And that mentality is expressed between Saul and David. Saul made a mistake. David made a mistake. But why did the Most High take out Saul and not David?
Saul started tripping.
Saul feared men more than the Most High and listened to men's instructions. And he didn't follow the prophet Samuel's instructions.
Saul never repented, dude.
But David, he repented after the fact. But David made a mistake. He slept with Bathsheba. Now he paid for that, but the Most High preserved him. Why is that difference? Because when you read, I'm not going to read it now, but when you read the difference in the Josephus, it analyzes the two men's hearts, their minds. One man made a mistake, and the Most High did away with him quickly. He gave him opportunities. But another man made a mistake, and he was merciful. When you look at their hearts, in the Josephus, it says that David, contrary to Saul, would often seek the Most High by Urim and Thummim. So that was the breastplate that the priest wore that would give the voice of the Most High. So David would oftenly frequent the advice and the counsels that came from the Most High, as Saul would not. Saul didn't find the voice of the Most High that important. David did. And because that difference of mindset protected David even after he made a mistake. All right? So let that go. So does that answer your question on how you stack up treasures in heaven?
Yes, it does.
Perfect. All right, so let that go in Tobit, and let's get back to where we were. And what you got?
I was in Matthew 6 and 19.
Yeah, read verse 20.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 20. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal.
And so nobody can take it from you, because that's a heavenly treasure. The Most High recognizes that. He endorses that token, that charity, those alms. Nobody can take that from you. You good with the Most High, man. He'll protect you at all times. You bought yourself some type of heavenly insurance. You know what I'm saying? All right, let that go. Back to where we was at in Josephus.
Yeah.
2:22.
Okay.
Book 9, chapter 10, paragraph 4, line 222.
You want from the top?
Yeah, from the top.
Paragraph 4, line 222, page 260. While Uzziah was in this state and making preparations for futurity, he was corrupted in his mind by pride.
He was what?
He was corrupted in his mind by pride.
He had a disease, man. What was that disease called?
Pride.
That was pride, bro. It's an inward disease of the mind. It's a way of thinking. It's a matter of thinking that's contrary to the Most High. Read on.
And became insolent.
So he became insolent. You couldn't tell him nothing. Became bold, reproachful, scornful. Read on.
And this on account of that abundance, which he had of things that will soon perish, and despised that power which is of eternal duration, which consisted in piety towards the Most High.
He says, what would have preserved him, what would have preserved Uzziah was his reverence and respect of the Most High, but the money got to his head. The success got to his head. The abundance and the fame got to his head. And because it inflated him, he cut the Most High off. And he started getting prideful. Read on.
Which consisted in piety towards the Most High and in the observation of his laws.
Now we know that whatsoever cometh out of a man cometh from where?
His heart.
His heart. Right? We know that, right? Read that real quick. Mark chapter 7, verse 21 real fast. Read that.
Mark chapter 7, verse 21.
Mark chapter 7 and verse 21. For from within.
It says for from where?
From within.
So the things that pollute men come from where?
Within.
It starts where?
Within.
It starts inside of a person. Before I even do something that's bad, I think it first. Before I give myself to the wrong behavior, it started inside of me first. Before I steal something, where did it start at?
In your mind.
It started in my mind.
Premeditated.
It was premeditated.
Is the heart
The mind.
iconic mind?
Yes, symbolic
Okay.
to the mind.
Okay.
Yes. So if I'm walking in a store, I can't. And I see it, and I know I can't afford it. To reach my hand out and put it in my pocket and try to walk out. Where did that begin at? It began in the mind. You know you wanted it. You know you couldn't afford it, but you didn't want to be told no. You wanted it anyway. Before I commit adultery, God forbid I commit adultery. If I commit adultery, where does it start at? In the mind. Well, everything starts in the mind. Uzziah's demise started in his mind. It was fueled by his pride. It started inside first. Read on.
For from within, out of the heart of men.
Out of what?
Out of the heart of men.
Out of the mind of men. Go ahead.
Proceed
what?
Evil thoughts.
Evil what?
Evil thoughts.
Yeah, everything starts in the mind. Right. So before I actually put my mind into action, which is my behavior, the corruption started in my thought process. That's why you can't stop studying. When you stop studying, you leave room for corrupted thoughts. When you stop meditating on the Most High, like he told Joshua, meditate therein day and night. Then thou shalt find thy way prosperous. Then thou shalt have good success. If I detach my mind from the Most High, that's when corruption and all these problems start to come in. These diseases start to come in. Like pride. Everything starts in the mind. Like evil thoughts, what else?
Adulteries,
what else?
Fornications,
what else?
Murders,
what else?
Thefts,
what else?
Covetousness,
what else?
Wickedness,
what else?
Deceit.
Lying to people. If I'm a liar, I had an opportunity to tell the truth. Yeah. Where was you at, brother? I was at the house. He wasn't at the house. Well, go ahead.
Lasciviousness.
What else?
An evil eye.
An evil eye. Where does it start at? I hate that person. I can't stand this person. Where does it start at?
The heart.
Start in the mind. Read on.
Blasphemy.
Blasphemy. Read on.
Pride.
Pride. That's where Uzziah is at. his success got to him. It fed his pride. And it destroyed him. And it was only a matter of time before you manifest your thoughts and put it in motion. It's only a matter of time. You thinking negative thoughts, you better be careful. Because you got a stopwatch, a timer going, you're about to execute and do what you're thinking. That's why Christ said, get behind thee, Satan. I'm not giving you no room to interfere with my mind. I'm not giving you no opportunity. Man, get behind me, man. The scriptures say, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. I'm not giving no thought to that. I'm not letting you invade my thought process. Read on.
Foolishness.
What else?
All these evil things.
All these evil things, go ahead.
Come from within.
They start from where?
Within.
They start from the mind. And pride is one of them. And so Uzziah is falling victim to a disease that began in his mind. Like any and every one of us can. Any and every one of us can start meditating on the wrong thoughts. And it's only a matter of time before we're out of bounds. Okay. Read. Let that go. And let's go back to where we was at in Chronicles.
Which consisted in piety towards the Most High.
He said if he would have stayed reverent toward the Most High, piety is a virtue. If he would have maintained his virtue, if he would have maintained the same respect that he had towards the Most High when Zechariah was around, he wouldn't have had a problem. Read on.
And in the observation of his laws. So he fell by occasion of the good success of his affairs.
Damn. Go ahead.
And was carried headlong.
And he was carried where?
Headlong.
What does that mean, you carried headlong?
Put your head first.
Carried head first?
Had your nose wide open.
Yeah. Read on.
Like full set. When he was carried headlong into those sins of his fault.
That means there was no stopping him. That means when you're fully engulfed in your pride, there's no stopping you. You dove in the water head first.
That'd be headstrong.
Yeah, whatever you hit is what you hit.
And that's the sickness. Once you get the sickness,
nobody's gonna stop you.
Takes you off.
It takes you off. You're going head first to wherever it is that you're going.
That's good to know.
It's dangerous, man.
Yeah.
That pride is dangerous. It's gonna send you on a journey that ain't nobody can pull you back from.
Can't nobody pull you back from your journey, bro.
Man, the hope is, man, we're gonna pray and hope the Most High, don't smash them. We can pray.
That's the hope. Yeah.
That's the hope. Sometimes people, in order to rebuttal that pride, sometimes a man gotta slip, gotta fall. That's the only time somebody will. Okay, man, maybe I'm going too far. You gotta listen to nobody telling you you're out of bounds when you're engulfed in your pride. Yes, sir.
Psalms 49.
What you got? Read it.
Psalms 49, 11. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever. Yep. And their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Nevertheless, man being in honor abideth not. He is like the beasts that perish.
He said he don't abide not. Man being in honor, a man being in his pride, he thinks we're going to stand forever, man. They don't stand forever. Greece didn't stand forever. Egypt didn't stand forever. Babylon didn't stand forever. Rome didn't stand forever. What makes people think America's going to stand forever?
Right.
None of these places are going to stand forever. Read. I'll let that go. Let's go back and finish that in Josephus.
And was carried headlong into those sins of his father, which the splendor of that prosperity he enjoyed.
So the splendor of it got to his head. The beauty of it, the success of it got to his head. Read.
And the glorious actions he had done.
Damn.
Led him into, while he was not able to govern himself well
He wasn't able. That's crazy.
He went too far, man. When your pride gets so strong, where nobody can tell you nothing, you can't even tell yourself nothing.
It's like being on crack.
I can't even stop.
I can't even
like
stop me. Nobody can stop me, and I can't even stop me. Damn, you become unstoppable for real. You're a no-limit soldier for real.
Yeah.
You just, because you can't stop yourself, and nobody else can stop. That's when you're fully set on your pride. That's why it's so dangerous. Yeah, that's why it's so dangerous. Read on.
while he was not able to govern himself well about them.
That's crazy, bro.
Go ahead.
Accordingly, when a remarkable day was come, and a general festival was to be celebrated, he put on the holy garment, and went into the temple to offer incense to the Most High.
Is he a priest?
No.
Why is he putting on a priest's garment and offering sacrifice to the Most High?
Can't tell him.
Because he was in his pride.
Wow.
Lifted himself up.
He lifted himself up, bro. I can do this with no recourse. The Most High's not gonna get mad at me. Don't you know? Look at what I've done.
I'm a king.
Yeah, look at my success. Look at my track record. Look at what I've built, man. You don't see what I touch? Back up, man. Let me touch this. I can do this.
Certainly I could put on a
priest garment.
Yeah, priest garment, huh?
Now I'm starting to take on obligations that don't belong to me.
Right.
All out of pride.
Wow.
Read.
And went into the temple to offer incense to the Most High upon the golden altar, which he was prohibited to do
He knows that.
by Azariah the high priest, who had 80 priests with him. And
Four scores how many?
80. 80.
Oh.
Yeah.
The whole room's telling you where you at, bro.
Yep.
The whole room's telling you, hey, you out of pocket. I got the wisdom. You got the wisdom. Everybody around is telling me, hey, la'ah. But I gotta do what I gotta do.
You know what a man like that, Uzziah, would say is, y'all wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for me.
Oh.
Look at this building, y'all.
Yeah, look at that. Exactly. Y'all wouldn't be able to do these
You got the
sacrifices. Y'all wouldn't even have the other nations would have invaded us already if it wasn't for me and my engines that I made.
Wow. That's a crazy story.
I provide your safety. How you gonna bite the hand and feed you?
Yeah.
Read on.
Who had 80 priests with him, and who told him that it was not lawful for him to offer sacrifice, and that none besides the posterity of Aaron were permitted so to do. And when they cried out that he must go out of the temple and not transgress against the Most High, he was wroth at them and threatened to kill them.
He said he did what?
And threatened to kill them.
I kill all y'all. Don't stop me. That's crazy. That's reckless, bro.
You know he's a Judite too, talking like this.
Yeah,
too.
he's a Judite. Talking crazy, bro. Read on.
Unless they will hold their peace.
If y'all don't shut up, I'm gonna kill you. That's horrible, bro. Now let's get back to it. We're probably just gonna finish with Uzziah today. We're not gonna get to Jotham. We were supposed to go to a little bit of Jotham. We're just gonna deal with Uzziah today. We won't wrap it up soon. Go ahead. No, let that go. Let's go back to 2 Chronicles chapter 26, verse 16.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 16. But when he was strong, his heart was lifted up to his destruction. For he transgressed against the Most High his power, and went into the temple of the Most High to burn incense upon the altar of incense. And Azariah the priest went in after him, and with him 80 priests of the Most High, that were valiant men. And they withstood Uzziah the king, and said unto him, It appertaineth not unto thee.
It's not your business. That's what they're saying. This doesn't pertain to you. It appertaineth not unto you, man. This is not your business. The priest's business is not your job, man. You out of order. Read on.
To burn incense unto the Most High, but to the priests, the sons of Aaron, that are consecrated to burn incense.
He said they're sanctified by the Most High and Aaron to burn incense. Read.
Go out of the sanctuary, for thou hast trespassed. Neither shall it be for thine honor from the Most High power.
The Most High is not pleased with this. Read on.
Then Uzziah was wroth, and had a censer in his hand to burn incense.
Man, I'm going to do it anyway. That's somebody that, you told them, you warned them, you explained it to them, you tried to check them, you checked them, you reproved them, and they say, you know what, I'm going to take this censer in my hand, and I'm going to do it anyway. Now, when you read Ezekiel, the children of Israel were using censers for other reasons. It's talking about they were using censers for other purposes in the temple. Yes, sis.
What is a censer?
A censer is a device that burns or fumigates something. You use it to burn incense upon, or it's a device that you use to burn or fumigate a room with. It's basically a fumigation device, what some people might call hotboxing. You know, but that's what the censer is. It's just a device that burns incense. But when you read in Ezekiel, the priests were burning incense, but they also had strange incense on it, which is obviously what? Drugs.
Mind altering.
They're looking to bring certain spirits up in there.
Yeah,
that's
they
what
were.
a censer could
No,
be.
a censer is just a device. This is a censer right here. This is a censer.
Oh, okay.
But if I'm burning in Ezekiel, the priest was burning strange incense. They wasn't burning no frankincense and myrrh. They weren't burning the incense that the priest supposed to burn when you read Exodus chapter 30.
Right.
They went years later in archaeology. I think maybe past maybe 5 years ago, and they found an old. I guess one of those censer. They found a censer, but they had an upright censer, and they analyzed the particles of the ashes, and they found marijuana in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No joke.
Now that's it's showing you now what should have been in there. Go to Exodus chapter 30, verse 7 and 8.
Yeah. Right?
Yep. Let's read that.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 7 and 8. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning.
He said it was told that Aaron and the priests were supposed to burn on the censer. They were supposed to burn what?
Sweet incense every morning.
Every morning. That was their job. That was the priest's job. The priest's job, burn the incense every morning. Read on.
When he dresseth the lamps, he shall burn incense upon it.
Go ahead.
And when Aaron lighteth the lamp at even, he shall burn incense upon it.
Read on.
A perpetual incense before the Most High throughout your generations.
Read verse 9.
Verse 9. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon.
What is that strange incense that our people love? Drugs, man. They ain't just marijuana, just whatever it is, whatever kind of drug it is.
I got the article. It says Smithsonian Magazine. Archaeologists identified traces of burnt cannabis in ancient Jewish shrine. Right? It says new research suggests the mind-altering substance may have been widely used in the ritual practices of the Kingdom of Judah. Roughly 35 miles south of Jerusalem, in an archaeological site in the Negev desert known as Tel Agrad, archaeologists excavating an ancient Jewish shrine have found traces of burnt cannabis and frankincense on a pair of limestone altars, reports Christian Rogers of CNN. New research, they get it. Contains the remains of a Canaanite city in the 3rd millennium BC.
Now read Ezekiel chapter 8, start at verse 10.
As well as Israelite fortresses from between the 10th and 6th century BC.
Yep. So it's showing you what the law says they had to burn sweet incense, and every morning he said, but thou shalt not burn upon it strange incense. Read that part again. Verse 9.
Exodus chapter 30 and verse 9. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon.
Go ahead.
Nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering. Neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon.
It's for one purpose and has one purpose only. Burn that frankincense and myrrh. Or the Most High will give them, when you read on, he'll give them what he wants. You know what I'm saying? Cassius. And
I was going to say the strange incense wasn't meant to be burnt. That particular strange incense was meant to be consumed, eaten.
But no, before we say that, then we got to explain, because especially when we deal with our people, man. Our people we love to get out of pocket, man.
Right.
Let's be honest, man. Our people love to get high.
Yeah.
inch go a mile.
Yeah, you know.
Especially our people.
Yeah, they always adding on and doing something extra. They want to do extra. They want to take it to another level. You know what? But that strange incense is what made us guilty even then too. Let's read this right here. Ezekiel chapter. Who got this verse?
I got it.
You got it? Go ahead. We haven't saluted you in. Go ahead. My bad. Go
What
ahead.
verse again? Do you want to start with?
Ezekiel chapter 8. Start at verse 10.
Ezekiel chapter 8 and verse 10. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping things, and abominable beasts, and all the idols of the house of Israel,
Read on.
portrayed upon the wall round about.
Go ahead.
And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients.
He said, man, these were ancient men. These are men of wisdom. Close that door. These are men that actually were supposed to be responsible for the purification of the children of Israel. The ancient men is where the wisdom sits at. These men are supposed to be upholding the standard of living. He said, I saw these men doing what?
And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel. And in the midst of them,
in the middle of them, 70 men in one room. You got 70 men packed in one room. Read on.
Stood Jazaniah, the son of Japhan, with every man his censer.
And you had 70 men in one room, and every man had a censer.
Well, yeah, it's pretty smoky in here.
Now that censer in Hebrew is miktar. That miktar is something to burn upon. That's a device that you burn something on. You got 70 men standing in one room with 70 censers. Each one had his own censer in his hand. Read on.
With every man his censer in his hand.
Go ahead.
And a thick cloud of incense went up.
That incense is qatar in Hebrew, which means to fumigate or to enclose smoke. What were they doing in that damn room? They was hotboxing, man. Now, do you think there was hotboxing, frankincense, and myrrh? No, bro. That's why it says he looked and saw the abominable things that they were doing. Read on.
Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark?
He said, don't you see what they do where?
In the dark.
When nobody's watching. That's how you know it's not legit. They do this stuff in the dark. Read on.
Every man in the chambers of his imagery.
Damn, man. Go ahead.
For they say.
And once again, just like we read in Ecclesiasticus, he says that every man says what?
The Most High seeth us not.
The Most High seeth us what?
Not.
The Most High don't see me, man. I'm going to get away with this. Everybody thinks that they can do a little dirt, smoke a little smoke, toke a little toke, and that the Most High is not going to reprove them. That's pride that makes a person think that. You think the Most High going to let you get away with what you're doing?
Especially when you're trying to get away with it.
Yeah. But when I'm going to do this on my own when I'm by myself. That's why when you're by yourself, it's even that much more critical that you be on point. Not when everybody's watching you. Right. When you by yourself, you have to hold your mind down. You have to hold your thought process down. You got to hold your lust down. You got to keep your lust under control.
Or in this case, though, hand joint in hand, you got people in it with you. So
yeah, so now you're not gonna snitch on me because I snitch on you. So now we partners in crime.
We're in cahoots.
Yeah, we're in cahoots. So now maybe we can get away with it because everybody's doing it. Because everybody's doing it.
Right.
So let's finish that. Let's go back. Let that go, and let's go back to 2 Chronicles.
That was Ezekiel 18.
That was Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 10 through 11. Or 10 through 12.
I thought it was 8:10.
Yeah, that was Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 10 through 12.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's go back to Ezekiel Chronicles. Let's finish this in Chronicles. 2 Chronicles chapter 26, and read verse 19 one more time.
Got it. 2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 19. Then Uzziah was wroth, and had a censer in his hand to burn incense.
He said, I'm going to do it anyway. Read on.
And while he was wroth with the priests, the leprosy even rose up in his forehead.
Immediately while he had the censer in his hand and was going to proceed to burn the incense against the priest's rules, against the priest's orders, I'm going to do what I want to do anyway. He said immediately the leprosy did what?
The leprosy even rose up in his forehead before the priest in the house of the Most High, from beside the incense altar.
He said, standing right next to the incense altar. He said right there, while he's holding the censer in his hand, being bold, I'm going to do what I want to do anyway. Read.
Verse 20. And Azariah, the chief priest, and all the priests looked upon him, and behold, he was leprous in his forehead.
He was leprous where?
In his forehead.
Read what this says about leprosy right here. The homiletic use of leprosy.
The homiletic use of leprosy as a type of sin is not biblical. The only scriptural reference that might approach this is Psalms 51 and 7. But this refers to Numbers 19 and 18. Rather than to the cleansing of the leper, the fathers regarded leprosy.
He said the fathers regarded leprosy. Go ahead.
As a typical of heresy.
He says that the leprosy is indicative of what?
Heresy.
Heresy. What is a heresy? A heretic and a heresy. A heretic preaches a heresy.
Heresy is to go against the established.
Yes, a heresy is an established thought process that's contrary to the doctrine of the church. So that's what a heresy is. It's a particular thought process that or manner of thinking that's contrary to the direction that the church is going. Now a heretic is a person who has an opinion that's contrary to the direction of the church. Yes, sir.
But then they make it public. That's what makes it heretic, right?
Right. They try to spread it. They're trying to spread this alternative way of direction to the church based on their opinion. So he's saying that leprosy is symbolic of a heresy. The Most High had to sting him because you was going with leprosy because your mind is going opposite of the direction of the church. So how to reveal that your mind is going opposite of the church? That leprosy is going to form on the outside as a reflection of what's going on the inside. Because you're a heretic in mind, you're a leprosy in skin.
On your head.
On your head. And the forehead in particular, because that's where the pride was. That's where the ideas came from. The pride was from his mind, so the Most High struck him and hit him in the mind because that's where the pride was at. Who had their hand up? Somebody had their hand up. Okay. So he's showing you why the Most High had to hit him with the pride on the forehead, because that's where the leprosy on the forehead, because that was the origin of the pride.
He was going contrary to what the Most High established.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
2 Thessalonians 2 and 15.
What does it say? Sounds familiar.
Therefore, brethren, stand fast and hold the traditions which ye have been taught.
Yeah.
Whether by word or our epistle.
Yep. So you keep the tradition what you taught, but he was breaking that tradition. He was going against that tradition because of his pride. That's what made him a heretic at that moment. But what's the punishment for that? Leprosy. But it's not just leprosy, because leprosy has many definitions. Read this right here. Yes, the forehead turned white. Leprosy is the stripping of the pigmentation in the melanin that gives you color. He hit him with a bleach head. You know what I'm saying? He just wiped this color away.
Color eraser.
Yeah, hit him with the dry erase marker. We're going to take your skin color off. So leprosy, go ahead.
Leprosy has been sometimes confounded with other diseases. Indeed, the Greek physicians used the name lepra for the scaly skin disease now called psoriasis.
So when you get that psoriasis,
now it makes sense.
And you got that scaly skin, and you got sores protruding from that, you see it on people's elbows, you see it on people's arms, you see it on people's ears. He said that's psoriasis. That's the same thing that the Greeks said, man, that's leprosy. It has the same. It's stripping away of the color. Where you have psoriasis, you got that ashy white scaly skin, like an alligator. like a dragon, man. That skin starts to flake off and starts to bleed and crack. And just like leprosy in the scriptures, the wound starts protruding, and it starts being sore, and it creates a scab. And anytime it creates a scab, then it starts to peel, and it starts to itch.
Scab. I've seen
the psoriasis is seen with the scab on top. Then if you be wanting to itch, it got that itch to it, man. But we can let that go. But why did the Most High do this? Because that's where the origin of the pride came from. So the Most High just had to show it to him. Since this is where your disease is at, it's in the way you're thinking. Now I'm allow the fulfillment of the leprosy to be revealed in that same area. I'm a manifested in that area.
And be on the ears, and be on the arms.
Yeah, you can see the different color variations where people look like raccoons.
Yeah,
they got their color just around their eyelids.
Yeah,
and everything, they'll still have color like right here, and then everything else is bleached out. Then around their mouth, they'll have the bleached out, the little bit of corners in the mouth be bleached out with little skin blotches. Man, what people call vitiligo.
And there's clean.
Yeah.
There's clean, and there's unclean. There's a difference.
Yeah. Based on Leviticus 13.
Yeah. There's clean and unclean. There's the one that could be what do you call it?
A clean leopard is one that has leprosy in total, and there's no rising scabs and tissue. Now unclean is one that has the scab and the rising in the flesh. That means it's contaminated. That's when you can contaminate somebody. It's infectious. When it's rising and it's protruding and it's blistering, that's when it's contagious. But it's when it's all one color, then it's a clean leopard. So the
same symptom.
Yeah, but the same system has two different results. It can completely take your skin color, but there's no sores coming out of it, and it's not blistering and bleeding. That's a clean leopard. An unclean leopard is when you see a leprosy that begins. It can start in the head. Some people call it lupus, where you get the white scab in the head, and you lose color in your scalp, and it converts your hair white as well, and you got that blotch of skin that's completely white. But then it starts being activated by sores. Even the sunlight can activate it. And now they say, well, they classify it as an autoimmune disease in certain cases now today, like lupus. But you see it the result of it is it starts taking the color away from your hair, your head, and you get sores in your head. That's a form of leprosy. And that leprosy is a direct reflection of pride. But where else I want to go? Read there was something else in there too.
Psoriasis.
It was psoriasis, and there was one more thing in there.
Ears. Is it talking about ears and arms? You know those places?
Yeah, read it right here.
Okay.
Leviticus 13 and 13.
Leviticus 13 and 13. In which the whiteness covers all the body.
It says, now a clean leopard is when the whiteness covers all the body. Read.
And in this condition, the patient was pronounced to be clean.
Right. You're clean if you lose all your color together. If you got these blotches and you got sores, read on.
This was probably psoriasis, for leprosy does not, until a very late stage, cover all the body.
Go ahead.
And when it does so, it is not white. It has a kind of surmised that Naaman's disease was of this kind.
Go ahead.
It has been surmised that Naaman's disease was of this kind.
He wasn't a clean leopard.
Freckled spots.
So what happens is there's an irregularity of this. All the cells are supposed to, all your melanocytes are the cells that give you color, right? So these cells are all dark. They're all one color, or they're all whatever color if you're caramel complexion, if you're light brown, sandy brown, dark brown, chocolate, whatever, vanilla, cocoa, whatever your color is. So all the colors are supposed to be in unison. Remember, the Most High says he's not the author of what? Confusion. So when you have an irregularity in the melanocytes that give you color, those cells now are deficient of their color. They're stripped of their color. So now it shows that there's an irregularity in the skin. There's no syncope and uniformity in the skin cells. Why is that? Because there's a deformity and there's no uniformity in your mind. Because you don't agree and you go contrary to the way of thinking that's appropriate. The Most High just shows you that because you have an irregular mind, He shows you that you have irregular skin. That irregular skin cells is a reflection of an irregular mind. That's why the Most High puts it on the skin so you can see it. That's a curse. All right, let that go. Let's go back to verse 20.
2 Chronicles chapter 26 and verse 20. And Azariah, the chief priest, and all the priests looked upon him, and behold, he was leprous in his forehead. And they thrust him out from thence.
And they threw him out to get your they tossed him out, man.
We told you.
Yep. They had to toss him out.
Yeah.
Read on.
Yea, himself hasted also to go out.
He wanted to go out just as fast as he was being thrown out.
Because he got it.
Hell of a scene.
He's going back up in there.
He's embarrassed.
Yeah.
It's a great picture to
But
to
they're
paint
throwing
on.
him out because he's contagious.
Hey, you know how Israelites do it. Somebody want to kick him in the butt at the last. You know, they give him that boot. You know what I'm saying? Little extra. Man, get out of here, man. But read on.
Because the Most High had smitten him. And Uzziah the king was a leper unto the day of his death.
Read on.
And dwelt in a several house.
And a
leper.
separate house. That means he had that lockdown order, that stay-at-home order.
Yeah.
He had that quarantine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lockdown, bro. You can't leave this house.
Nope.
He was in a separate house. Go ahead.
Being a leper.
Go ahead.
For he was cut off from the house of the Most High.
So now he lost his position. He lost his glory. He lost his fame.
All in one day.
All at one time, bro. Because he got out of bounds. Because in his mind, I'm going to do what I want to do. And I can't be stopped. Because I'm that bent on fulfilling my pride. That's how far pride can get you. It gets you cast out and by yourself. With no glory. Read on. All shame. Read on.
And Jotham his son was over the king's house, judging the people of the land. Now the rest of the acts of Uzziah, first and last, did Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amoz, write. So Uzziah slept with his fathers, and they buried him with his fathers in the field of the burial which belongeth to the kings. For they said, He is a leper. And Jotham his son reigned in his stead.
Now, in the commentary it says that he wasn't buried in the same exact location as he was buried next to the kings. He wasn't buried with the kings because of his condition. So he wasn't given that appropriate burial place where all the rest of the kings were. He was in a field next to him because his mind was separate. So even in death, he was separate.
Wow. That's how serious the Most High takes it. Heresy.
Yeah.
And pride.
God.
Being presumptuous.
Being presumptuous. Willful. So, it's already 3 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and end it with that. There is some more that we're supposed to go to. Matter of fact, we're supposed to go back to 2 Kings. And we can be reminded of this next week. We're supposed to go to 2 Kings today and finish out showing the final death of the 4th generational son of Jehu, because the Most High had prophesied that Jehu, he was going to let him live because Jehu killed Jezebel. He also killed Azariah, and he killed one more king. He killed 2 kings plus Jehu killed those 60 sons that they cut off the heads of those sons. I think it was 62 sons or 60 sons it was 60 sons of, let me see.
Killed Jezebel.
Yeah, he killed Jezebel too. But he also killed Joram, and he killed Azariah. But he also killed them 70 sons in Jezreel. He killed 70 sons in Jezreel. So, and you also read the coming of the prophet Hosea, also starting to get visions and prophesying around the time of the fall of Uzziah as well. But as far as the Most High fulfilling the prophecy that Jehu was going to pay by exterminating his generation, and by the 4th generation, that's coming up also in 2 Kings chapter 9, but we'll finish that next week. It's already 3 o'clock. We'll go ahead and cut it off from here. We'll probably start there or start going into those prophets like Jonah. Jonah also was one of the prophets that prophesied during the time of Uzziah. Jonah, Isaiah, Hosea, all these prophets were starting to prophesy around this time. So we might break off and go into them, or we just might finish the story and then move on. I'm not sure what the Lord want to do yet. All right. So with that, let's go ahead and send our prayers up. Imagine we're putting walk down.
Rise and face the east.
All right. Got it. Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yashala. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahushua, come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Hahawa'a.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Hahawa'a.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Shaman, Zayah, Lamashak, Yasha'Allah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
All right. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness. Every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad. Through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither does the fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But mine horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on mine enemies, and mine ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
days.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'ashem Yahushua. All right, Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'arwa, Ladawad, Hana, Ma, Tawad, Wama, Nayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gam, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawad, Ayel, Hara'ash, Yerad, Ayel, Hazakwan, Aharad, Shaharat, Ayel, Paya, Marawathua, Katol, Karamwan, excuse me, Shairad, Ayel, Haroria, Tazawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayim, Ad, Hawalom, Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as do of Hermon, and as do that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
All right. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Raknawa, Basha'alah, Wabiyah, Saparim, 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 Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushai, the word of Yahweh, the word of Yahushai, all love, all mercy, all truth, all piety, all wisdom, all knowledge, all understanding, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. Ba'ashem, Yahushai, the water, from Yad, Aman. Excuse me.
Man, circle up.
Brother, circle up. We got the kids. You got it, Aman?
I'm good.
Yep. Let the boys come. Slide over, tighten it up. Go ahead.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushai, will call us for all. The names are Major. Rock.
Yajmatah.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion. My name is Major. Rock.
Yajmatah, dismissed. Hold up. All right, shalom. The water for watching. The water for
coming through.
And we'll be back in action again next Shabbat. Well, actually, we'll be back in class again on Monday. And we love y'all. We'll see y'all on Monday in the next class and also the next Shabbat. All right, the water and shalom.